Good evening. It is 5 p.m. and we welcome everybody to our work session today. This is a special meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. The purpose of this special meeting is a budget work session. We will begin with doing attendance. Please indicate your presence by saying present. Director Cook? Please indicate that Director Cook is absent. Director Williams?
Present.
Director Song is absent. Vice President Gregory?
Present.
And I am present. There's 3 of us, so we do have a quorum. We will begin tonight's work session for the budget by calling upon Superintendent Vela.
Thank you, President Margell, members of the board. Thank you I hope everyone had a good spring break, if your district had a spring break, so I'm hoping. Yeah, good. We are excited to share with you our first of 4, as we've talked before, budget meetings that will end in June with an adoption of a budget for the 26-27 school year. I want to introduce Mr. Raul Parangal and Ms. Lisa Tyler, who will be leading us to the presentation today. Before that, I want to just take another moment to personally thank them both and their teams for all the work they've done, not just this year, but in years past, in getting us to what we hope is fiscal solvency as we move forward. So, Mr. Parangal.
Well, President Margell, member of the board, and Superintendent Val and Ms. Curry, good evening. Tonight, we're going to be providing you with a presentation, but before I do that, next to me is Ms. Lisa Tyler, who will be assisting me and answering all your questions. So what you're going to see tonight are very familiar slides that you have seen before. Some of them we have adjusted, we have updated. We've added a couple of other slides so that it could provide more clarification. But we have to go through this so that you see the elements of the budget that we are looking at as we develop the 26-27. These are the things that we are analyzing and updating, and later on you will see the sequence of this are quite similar to some of the presentations that we've done in the past. For tonight, this is the agenda. So we will discuss some of the budget development process and things that we have done. There are some enrollment trends, and I have some new slide on it. Revenue expenditure analysis, fund balance analysis, the forecast, the budget cuts, and some of the key takeaways. So here is the sequence of events that we have done in the last couple of months up until April 1st. I provided a link to it so that it would be easy for the public. When they see this agenda, they could just click on it and it would immediately go into the board docs with all the presentations available. Today is April 22nd, and so this would be budget development meeting number 1 of 4. You will notice, however, from May 13 onwards that they are going to be done in a regular meeting, and so it's embedded within the regular meeting, budget meeting number 2, 3, and 4, which a difference is that a community could actually speak to the agenda if they wish to do so. Some of the budgeting basics, in the district we have 5 different funds that we are budgeting for: general fund, capital projects, debt services, ASB account, and transportation. And I provided some information on what they are. For tonight, we're going to be focusing mainly on general fund. So for general fund, the budgeting starts with enrollment projection, because the enrollment is the source of all our revenue. So we start with enrollment projection. And you have seen this slide before. Birth rate for the last many years have been declining. And since 2016, our birth rate has dropped by about 13.8% in King County. 5 years later, we looked at how many students showed up in our district, which represents our kindergarten. And so you will notice that they are also dropping, but not as sharp as the birth rate. It's dropping by about 8.3% since 21-22. Now that we've established the kindergarten, the next thing that we do is we calculate what the retention rate for all the grade level, from last year's kinder to the next year's first to second, second to third. And you will notice here that they're generally at about close to 100%, meaning our retention rate is very good. Except that when you look at the 10 to 11 grade, you will see a drop to 86.4%. And the reason is because that's the year, junior year, when they enroll into the running start. And then after that, we are able to maintain about 93% of them. So they are still our students, but they are just enrolling into running start.
Can I ask a clarifying question about that?
Sure.
And I know the answer to this, but I want it stated. When students enroll into Running Start, where does that apportionment money go?
So the apportionment comes to us because we also calculate the enrollment, but we receive them and we turn around and we pay the colleges for it.
So that's money coming in, but then immediately going back
Going
out to the
out,
college.
we retain a little bit of indirect cost in it, but for the most part, it goes out to the colleges.
Thank you.
Yeah. So resulting from those analysis, we generate the projection. So you see here, the first 5 bars here are actual enrollment from the prior year. And then the blue are projected. So even the current year, we still consider them projected because until the year is over, we don't know exactly what our final numbers are. But if you will look at 26, 27, all the way to 28, 29, based on that methodology, the enrollment will be dropping to 22,508, our K-12 enrollment. This is a new slide. We study our enrollment trend by month. And so the top 5 lines represents the last 5 years. And what we're trying to find right here is what is the change from the beginning of the year until March? Is our enrollment increasing or decreasing? And so you will notice here that the last 5 years, the average increase from September to March was 0.7%. Now, when you look at the bottom line, which is current year, we're trending really well. 25, 26, we started with a certain enrollment, and then as of March, we increased by 0.78%. Now, if you go further into June, you'll notice that the 0.7 becomes 0.59, meaning like we're anticipating that from today's enrollment, we're going to drop a little bit by the time we get to June. If you were to translate that into 25, 26, at that level where we're at right now, we're anticipating a drop of about 25 students from today all the way to June. And so that's the significance of this. And so the curve is always, you started a little bit low, you go up, and then you go down by the end of the year. And that seems to be the trend for the last 5 years. One thing that we're able to prove here also was that when we lost 792 students in October, we're not seeing any signs that the 792 students are coming back. Because if they did, it would have shown right here on this chart, but we're not seeing them.
Following the question from Director Williams about Running Start, are we anticipating about the same level of participation in there? Because while we're showing the projections of the students, I assume that that includes students with Running Start included in there. So if we expected a big swing in either coming back to the high school or going to Running Start, that would also impact our budget.
Yeah, so there will be a slide for it, the succeeding slide, and so we'll cover that.
I'm
the
okay with
next
that
one.
answer.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Oh, here's the one. So,
right here.
So
Here it
part of
is.
the process in determining our revenue is to calculate what are the projected student in our programs. And so in our special ed program, we're seeing a trend and a growth of about 5.3% from 3,800 to 4,000 next year. it is important to do that because when we calculate the staffing that are needed, we have to use this number of enrollment. And likewise, we use this for calculating our revenue. For our CTE, we're seeing a sharp increase, about 11%, from this year to next. And the reason is because we're providing more staffing, CTE staffing, to the building. And resulting from that, when you provide more staffing, you provide more course offering, naturally, there would be increased number of enrollment for CTE. For our multilingual education, it's almost flat or a decline. It declined this year, and it's continuous decline next year a little bit. And so we got very interested on this and say, what's happening here? So I have not completed the study yet, but I'm still studying it. If I were to look at where the 792 students were coming from, I was able to get there. Where are the drop of 792 coming from? What school, what building are they coming from? And so I started doing that. I have the result of them. What I'm trying to do right now is to look at other demographics data, like, the ethnicity, and then I'm trying to look for free and reduced lunch. The goal is to find out what might be the reason why we're dropping at 792. And so that is still in progress. I'm not done with it, although I know exactly where they are coming from. Interestingly enough, many of them were from the high school. Like I said, I'm not done with all the study yet, but maybe in the next meeting in May, I could actually bring those information to you.
So something that I guess I was unclear about is the 792 students are actual physical people. I thought that we had just miscalculated based on our birth rates and that sort of thing. We're talking about we do not have 792 people that do exist.
So the 792, there was no mistake. We have used the same methodology that we have used for many, many years. And the outcome was the projection. We believe that it's an anomaly that all of a sudden it's 792 less. So if everything remains normal, we would have had those 792 students. And that's what we have proven year after year in the past. This year is a little bit different. And that's why we are intrigued by where are the students going. So another way of saying it is when we do projection, we believe that is close to actual. And that's what we have been able to prove in the past. We were like within 1% or less than 1% when we do projection and actual. And so we believe the same for 25, 26.
And
If
my
I may-
apologies, I didn't mean to imply that you guys made a mistake. I didn't understand that we were talking about kids that exist
Yeah.
versus kids that just weren't born.
No,
So-
no, I'm glad you brought that question up, but because I think it's important for our community to understand how districts actually project. Well, one is the formulas that we're talking about. All districts do some kind of formula-driven forecasting, because that's what boards adopt in budgets. So, and I've shared before in our meetings that statewide, when you look at all the state, I think the number was 9,000.
It is 9,000.
9,000 across the state. Break that up to whatever districts those were, 100 here, whatever that is. That is what all boards are asking themselves. And, where'd they come from, if they're more, but more importantly, how do we put that against our formula? And what do we know from what the state's been telling us about birth rate? So that's why we must be preparing ourselves as systems to be able to fiscally account for our decisions that we make, because it's only going to keep dropping, that birth rate. Oh, and we also know that our funding sources from the state are dropping from 53% now down to 46, 47%. So that's kind of another double whammy there. So but it was a good question.
Yeah,
'cause I
no,
think
thank
it's
you.
important to
And
talk
again, I
about it.
apologize
No.
for the implication.
Yeah, no, and so once the study that I'm putting together, if I could make some conclusion out of it, I hope to bring it to you on May 13th. So, and then on Running Start, we see the trend about almost flat, about 0.5% increase from year to year. Part of the reason One of the elements that we included here was also the change in legislation, that the calculation for, or the allowability of Running Start is actually has dropped from, I believe, 1.4 to, I believe, 1.3. And so that means that there would be fewer offerings. And so some of the students might be coming back into our comprehensive high school, which is a good thing. And so naturally, if there are some increases in the program count, revenue goes up also. But consequently, expenditure goes up also because we have to provide additional staffing. So the general fund revenue are made up of these categories. So I'm not going to read through it, but they are all the major categories of our revenues and what they are, as I explain it here. More revenue. But this is the interesting part when you look at the historical view of our revenue on each of those categories. And when you look at the percent at the bottom, the change year by year, if you were to take the average of the change year by year, it's approximately about 5% every year. Our revenue is increasing by 5%. And I think that's an important number to remember because when we look at the expenditures, we're going to compare them. When you look at the chart on to the left, you see the breakdown of each of those categories. And the state general purpose, that obviously is the largest portion of our revenue. And then our EP&O levy represents about 15%. The state special purpose is about 22%, which are mainly special education and categorical programs. So the average increase in revenue is approximately 5% every year. When we look at our expenditures, these are the categories. You know, we have the certificated salaries, classified salaries, employee benefits, materials, purchase services, travel, and capital outlay. When you look at the chart here, and you look at the change year by year, if you look at the average of change year by year, it's over 7%. So if you remember, the revenue increase every year is 5%, the expenditure increase is approximately 7%. Immediately you see the imbalance in the increases year by year. Additionally, if you look at just isolate the labor, salaries and benefits, you would see that salaries and benefits has been growing by 6.2% every year, whereas our IPD is at average of about 3.3% every year. So clearly, our labor cost is increasing significantly more than what the IPD. Granted, the increase in labor could be contributed to salary increases and also contribute to the number of FTE that we are hiring, meaning increased number of people. But it's really important to put that in perspective that as IPD are coming in, our labor cost is increasing just as much or more than the IPD. When we look at the left side of this chart, you will see that 82% of our budget are made up of salaries and benefits. And then the next big one would be the purchase services, such as contracts, utilities, insurance, and the likes. We also would like to provide you with information on the fund balance history. For the last 5 years, our fund balance are very stable. But I'd like to mention that up until 23-24, and for the last 3 years, we have been getting ESSER funds, approximately $30 million every year. That ESSER funds ended at the end of June 30, 2024. Starting in 24-25, we had zero ESSER, and likewise in 25-26. And consequently, you see that we started to experience deficit on those 2 years. And you will see later on in the forecast that those deficit will continue on. We are able to maintain what the board policy requires, which is board policy 6022, requires that we maintain a minimum of 5%. And so clearly here you see that we are able to maintain that. And then this slide right here just show you, every time we determine what the ending fund balance, they're not always available to us. Not the entire ending fund balance is available for disposal. there are some legal requirements that we have to follow. Like, for example, the category that is non-spendable fund balance, those are required by law that we have to set them aside. The restricted fund balance are balances of categorical programs that are earmarked for a specific purpose. And then the assigned fund balance are requirement like compensated absences is also required that we set those aside to account for some of those vacation and sick time that has been accumulated. And then the remaining amount would be the unassigned fund balance. And so whenever we see fund balance, and then it later on get into you deduct all of this, and then you go into the unassigned fund balance. The unassigned fund balance is lesser than the true ending fund balance. It's because of this set-asides that is required by law. Here on this is the same information as the previous one. We just want to be able to show it to you in the form of chart, just for visual. And so after we've done the revenues, the expenditure, the fund balance, then the next thing that we need to do is to develop a forecast. When we develop a forecast, the first thing that we do is to test if we don't make any changes in our expenditure, are we able to sustain it? And if not, how much would be the gap, the budget gap? And so that's why you see in the assumptions here that the class size remains the same from year to year. However, the enrollment, we reflect what the projected enrollment, and we also identify here and recognize that there are some bargaining units that have settled their agreement. We have to account for all of that, and you will see in the next slide the result of this calculation. But I think before we go there, I just would like to note that all the bargaining units that have settled and the settled rates in the salary increases account for about $16 million of the expenditure for next year in 26-27. So all the salary increases, the IPD plus 1 or IPD plus 0.75, they all add up to $16 million altogether. And so resulting from those assumptions, you will see the outcome of them. So 25-26 is the current year. When you look at 26-27, and when you look at the change in expenditure, 564 million to 582.5, that's about 18.5 million increase in expenditure. 16 million of that was salary increases. And so right off the bat, 16 million of the 18.5 is earmarked for salary increases. But when you look at the revenues, 541.2 million increased to 548. That's only about 7 million increase in revenue. So when your revenue is only increasing by 7 million and your expenditure is increasing by 18.5, that's definitely a formula for a deficit. And that's why you see those deficits growing from 22.8 to 34.4. And continuing on, if we don't make any changes in our expenditure assumptions, up until 28-29, the deficit continued to grow up to $49.2 million. And if you continue to roll that down into the ending fund balance, it pretty much drained our ending fund balance very quickly in 26-27 and continuing on to 28-29. The unassigned ending fund balance, if we don't make any change, would be a negative 92.1 million. That's definitely a binding condition situation, and we don't want to be there. We'd like to rectify them as soon as possible. And so as a result of that, this is the same slide as before, except that we included how much cuts do we need to make in order to make a minimum ending fund balance of 5%. And so here, we determine a $30.5 million for 26-27, additional 9.5 for 27-28, and additional 9.5 in 28-29 to maintain a 5% ending fund balance. And I'd like to emphasize it's a minimum of 5%. And any unplanned emergency expenses that happen, it will bring us below the 5%. It's so important for us to point that out because in determining the budget cuts, while I mentioned here 30.5, it's important for us to have a little bit more just so that we have a little a little bit of cushion in case there are some emergency unplanned expenses. So we started, in October, we started planning for budget cuts. And up until now, it's still in progress. We identified ranges for each major category, and we determined that to be $30 to $35 million. And you could see the ranges for each of those categories. And the last column shows us where are we at today. And so from our goal of 30 to 35, we are now able to identify $31.6 million currently in progress. And in many cases, we are still having discussions with our labor groups. We are continuously discussing them at our executive cabinet. And these numbers may continue to change moving forward before we bring the preliminary budget to you. Based on that information, I tried to study in terms of our staffing. If you look at the chart to the left, staffing in 25-26 shows the share of each bargaining unit in terms of the number of FTE. And in this case, the example, KEA makes 62.2% of all our staffing, and KPA makes 2.9% of our staffing. When you look at the chart to the right, you would see their share so far, to date, their share of the budget cuts. And KEA share is 62%, KPA is 2.1%. Here you would see that CAP have about 18 and a half, is that 18? I'm not seeing it clearly. Is that 18 or 13% share of the staffing, yet their share of cut is about 22%. I just want to be able to point that out and also recognize we are seeing by readjusting our program, being and aligning with our collective bargaining agreement, seeing more cuts in the CAP bargaining group. So here are some of the key takeaways from the presentation. The assumptions, as you could see, and estimates may change before the budget is finalized. When we look at some of the staffing, right now we're still looking at some of the operational needs and making sure that we're meeting the needs of all our students. And so almost on a daily basis, we're recalibrating until we get to the final budget. More analysis of the enacted budget and its forecasts to confirm the impact to KSD. There is a long list. Every day I'm discovering more and more lists from the state. I put a link here in terms of the list of the legislation, but there is also another one that I found that I need to further analyze. We have some grants here in the district that are like small grants, and just want to find out, are they going to be funded? Some of them has people in it. And we want to make sure that before we submit the budget to you, that the funding is confirmed, that they are coming. In some cases, we have to apply for it and asking our staff, have you applied for the money, and so on. So the enrollment decline is projected to continue, and as you could see them in the chart, state funding is not catching up with an increasing cost of doing business, which is resulting in budget deficit. EP&O levy, I forgot to mention them in the previous slide, but we are considering to bring to you a resolution, hopefully in June or July, and go to the ballot in the November 2026. And want to be able to do it sooner and secure our funding effective January 1, 2028, so that we could avoid funding cliff. The continued structural deficit obviously is draining our fund balance, which results in budget cuts for this upcoming year and the succeeding 2 years. And here I provided the summary of 2026 legislative session. We've discussed this at the last budget meeting, but I'd like to mention again, particularly in the second bullet, which is the BEST program. We're anticipating a 20% cut, and they're limiting the use of the funds for first-year teacher only. The next one is the no inflationary increase for national board certificate bonuses. Just to clarify that they're gonna get the bonus, but there would be no increase. It would be flat from year to year. No change to MSOP, special ed, and transportation. I mean, when there is no change in the funding, that means the value of the money is lesser because the cost of doing business is going up. Our fuels are going up, cost of goods are going up because gas prices are higher. So you could imagine that there are lesser value to the money that we're gonna get. And then again, another competing priorities. We have to make sure that we continue to tighten up in order for us to be able to meet all the needs of our students. Alarming is the next bullet. The state is using 2.3 billion from its unrestricted reserve. Now, when they use reserve like this, they're using one-time money. That means that they're operating on a deficit. It would be interesting if it would be in the full session next time what the proposal will be. And to me, it sounded like if the cost of doing business is going up and you're already incurring a deficit, that means that there would be cuts coming. Question is, how much of a cut will there be for education? And this is now the time for us to be able to advocate for preserving our education budget because multiple layers of cuts like what we have in the 26th session is really unsustainable. And it actually it affect our community big time because the source of money to be able to back them up would be coming from the EPNL. So.
I wanted just to add for our board, Director Gregory and I and Director Song, when we were in Olympia, we heard this to be a focus of unfunded mandates, recall. And I know that was a big deal, being raised by WASA, AWSP, and a number of other groups. The problem with that is that some of these bills that are put through aren't looked at prior to even getting started to become a bill. And so we have concerns in WASA, AWSP, and others about when we should start analyzing whether they're going to be unfunded mandates. I'll give you an example. In Seattle Times today, I heard that there is I believe is a State Department, there's a committee that's looking at graduation requirements.
Yes.
That in 2031, they want to change some things. I'm all for those kinds of things. But I say ahead of time, we should be looking at what that's going to look like for unfunded mandates. If we're looking at flexibility for staffing in secondary schools and our comprehensive high school needs, I just point that out because I was in the Times this morning. But I wanted to point that out that Director Greg and I and Director Song heard that about unfunded mandates. Why? Because we did not get, contrary to what you might hear, really any increase in funding in districts, and regardless of what we hear. And they were supposed to focus on this, and I just haven't seen it yet. So just wanted to share that with our board.
So one of the things that the state does, similar to what we do here in the district, is to monitor how much money they get every month. And they report them out to respective agencies. And though it's not confirmed, I only read them from an article. And the comment was the state is using a certain assumption that may not be achievable in terms of revenue. Now, it's unconfirmed, but it makes me worried about, what the next year would look like. This is the reason why it's really important for us to monitor if the state says we should be at this level of revenue by this month, are they hitting those marks or are they below that? And so we're going to start monitoring them very closely because if they are below all the target, well, then the outcome in the next session would be a deeper cuts. And so I don't want to create any fear. All I'm saying is I think we need to be watchful about what the state is doing because whenever we hear something like we didn't hit the target for this month, that is an alarm for us. So, and with that, I think that we have the next steps. And in the In the very first slide that I showed, I just like to mention, in addition to the meetings that we have right here, or I think the same meetings, April 22nd is today, May 13th. Just want to say that the community has the ability to be able to participate in this process. They could certainly make comments, they could send email to us, or speak about the agenda in the succeeding meetings. This is the great opportunity for us to be able to hear from them as we continue to develop the budget.
And questions that they have today, what is that email address again for people? Okay. KSD budget at kent.k12.wa.us. Perfect, thank you.
Yep, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Parango. We will open up for questions, so Ms. Taylor can answer all of them.
Okay, so question. This is a clarification. So our enrollment changes every month, right? People move out of the district to come into the districts, et cetera. When does the state calculate our money? Is that done at a one-time deal, or is it every month? We submit our, do we submit it and say, you know, at the beginning of the year, this is not the correct number I'm using as an example. It's 25,000. So they just cut us a check every month for 25,000. But in December, we lose 1,000 kids. We're actually only at 24,000. So does that number, is it monthly that they give us the money? Or is it calculated one time and then we get that same amount every month?
Yes, no. Okay, so how apportionment is calculated. From September through December, our revenue is based on our enrollment projection. And
Okay.
then, and the funding is based on the model, based on our projection.
Got it.
In the month of January, the state starts using actuals.
Got it.
So everything, so you'll see our apportionment statement really looks the same month to month from September through December. In January, it looks
It's different.
entirely different, especially in our case, because we saw such a decline in enrollment. So we saw that hit that we knew was coming. And then from January through August, actually, our apportionment will, again, change every month based on how enrollment goes, so goes our apportionment payments.
So next question, follow-up to that is, if we were to over-calculate, let's say we think we're going to get 25,000 students. So for the first, from September to December, we're going to get paid at 25,000. January comes and, oh, we're only at 23,500. Do they take money back? Do they come back and say, oh, we overpaid you, and they will take money back from you? Or your apportionment goes down based on overpaying?
So it will be adjusted. So yes, we don't get to keep the money that was based on our over projection in that case.
Right.
It's trued up in January, and then apportionment is again annualized, and we get paid out every month a percentage of our annual allotment, I'll call it. So by the end of the year, we will have caught up to that loss in revenue.
Right. So it doesn't do us, the reason why I'm asking this is because we get a lot of questions, or I've gotten a question, it's in the supermarket. Put the milk back is what I've learned. They're like, well, why don't you just over budget? Why don't you just say the number and then you're gonna get paid through December? And I'm like, no, because they recalculate that in January. We will get nailed for that. We want to be as close to what we think the number is as possible, correct?
That is true, because number one, you don't want to anticipate more revenue than you're actually going to get. So on
Right.
the revenue side, yeah, that wouldn't be a smart budgeting decision. But also, we use our enrollment projections to drive our staffing decisions. So if we over-projected our enrollment, then we would be over-projecting staff, which is much less easy to adjust.
Right.
You know, we can work with an adjusted revenue number. Once our staffing is in place, we're on the hook.
We're
for our
locked in
staffing.
for the year.
Yeah, and this is why Director Williams had a great question there. Because 792 for us, 9,000 for the state, all districts get those apportionments that way, and all districts have to start making adjustments. Those districts that don't make adjustments, because keep in mind, they're in different places. They may be already in phase one of binding conditions,
Right.
which is almost a double, triple whammy. But that's why it was a great question, and understanding apportionment and when things are, quote, trued up is important. Thank you for the question.
I so appreciate that you guys answered most of my questions prior to the meeting. That's really helpful, and I know Public Records has done a great job of sharing out my questions and your answers as they've been requested. Just in summary, for those who are curious, my questions were primarily around staffing. I know this time of year is a scary time for educators because this is when we find out whether we have a job next year or not. And that is always, it's a fear. And so my questions were primarily around which staff, where are we going to be seeing reductions? How are we preserving classroom supports, et cetera, et cetera. You guys did a great job answering them. It's primarily based on the CBA. We're really focusing on trying to support students. I think the only piece I want to push back on a little bit is in your presentation, you talked a little bit about how we need to consider giving ourselves, and I wrote a note to myself so I'd remember, we need to give ourselves more of wiggle room. And suggested to plan for more when we talked about budget cuts needed. Now, I personally, 30.5 million is a very big number. When you talk about suggesting planning for more, can you put a number on that for me? And how do we do that?
So when we were first planning, we suggested 30 to 35 million. Currently, we're a little over 31. Our hope is to be able to get to the 35. So that way, if we are able to maintain a little bit of higher ending fund balance, like say 5.7, 6%, it helps our situation in 27, 28. So it will, instead of making 9.5 million cuts next year, because remember, in the forecast, we still need to make 9.5 million until something changes. Any advances that we could make now would be less cuts in 27, 28. And so that's one goal. The second is, if we maintain them at 5%, and somewhere within the year, we got hit by an emergency, which could very likely happen. I don't know if you recall, when our maintenance department made a report, over 25 of our building are past the life cycle. And therefore, any one of those facilities could potentially fail. Granted, we have bond, we have levy money, but they're all earmarked for specific purpose. What I'm talking about are those that are not part of those plans. That could happen. So many things could happen, and those were just some of the examples. What we would like to do is to provide some cushion in case any of those emergency situation happens. And in public education, that happens all the time.
Of course, we always
I
are
mean,
facing.
happens in our own houses. I think it happened over spring break, and we'll be on the budget tonight, or on the,
But I guess for me, because we're already talking about, we know that staffing is going to face trims. Staffing is going to face cuts. And when we talk about cutting more, I want to know how many more staff is that going to be? That's the part for me that's scary. And I'm sure that's scary for many of our employees.
So it's easy to assume that it's staff, but also important to note that currently we're evaluating all our MSOC. And so we just actually finished meeting with the respective department in terms of what their MSOC requirement. What we tasked them to do is to do zero-based budgeting. What do you need? And tell us what you need. And we interrogate every single line item into it. Lisa is currently compiling all of them. Our hope is that from that exercise, we will be able to garner savings. And so, well, yes, we will be able to garner savings from cutting staff, but MSOC would also provide the same. And so we're looking at those very closely.
I'm so grateful that you guys are looking outside of our salaries and outside of our people, because people are such a valuable asset. So I just want to highlight that and thank you for trying to keep cuts away from classrooms. That's awesome. Thank you.
I do think it was, and it wasn't in this one, and it's been there in the past, important as we show where our student numbers are, especially since like the 2020, but also where our staffing levels are. Because, well, I'll not make the summary of what I remember, but I'll ask you, can you talk a little bit about where our staffing levels have been as we've seen, let's see, birth rates go down by, what was it, 18%, 13%?
I'm glad you mentioned it, because as I was reviewing my presentation today, I realized that I missed those slides. I have them prepared.
Oh.
And I failed to put them into the slide format. But if you just want to take a glance at it, in our financial report that will be in the agenda tonight, on page 35, you would see the historical view of our staffing by bargaining unit.
Yep.
And also there's a total. What I did in what I was going to present to you that I failed to do was to layer them with enrollment next to it and say, if our enrollment is dropping, how is our staffing trending? And so I was going to try to layer those two, and I forgot to put them in the presentation. So I owe you that, and I'll make sure that those comes to you on May 13th. So.
Would you like to do a high-level summary of what we're seeing?
Well, no, I don't have them in front of me. What I
Okay.
have with me is the financial, but I don't have with me, what I could recall from my calculation is that while our enrollment are dropping, our staffing are growing. And what I'd like to be able to do further analysis, which bargaining unit are growing as it relates to the enrollment. And so those are in my analysis, but I don't have them in front of me right now, so.
I think I have a comment. We talked about having a cushion, and one of the things that comes to mind for me when I think about a cushion is we had the water break, and it did not impact us, fortunately, in the valley, but it impacted a lot of people. And think about how we'd have to pay for redoing a school or rehabbing a school. That comes from the unfunded balance, right? That's what that's supposed to be for. But I also think of, like right now, top of mind for me is gas prices have gone from $3.50 to $7. So depending on where you're living, depending on where you're at, depending on how much taxes you're paying, what county you're in, you're paying way more money, and we gotta fund that. We still gotta get kids to school. So you gotta be able to pull that money temporarily from somewhere, and that's what that fund balance is supposed to do, is to help us through those kind of lean pieces. But I agree with figuring out how to not have it impact staff, right, and schools, and then where can we cut it but have a higher number now so we don't have to cut as much in the future. So I like the strategy. It's a balance.
Last question, again, I asked this question before, but talking about the balance, right now we are about a 5.7 ending in August. What was the lowest point that our balance went to this year?
So it's actually on the financial report that is on the agenda tonight. It's 2.9% for the month of February.
Thank you.
And that is dangerously low.
Yes.
Now, based on board policy, are we out of compliance, or is it only done on an annual basis?
So based on the reading of the policy, it appears that it's actually on an annual basis. So I believe the language says after the final submission of F-196, which is in November.
In November.
Yeah. But
So,
to your
but we're
point-
below it.
Yeah, to your point, so we really get our highs during the two tax kind of bundles that we get, right? April and October. And if we're short up based off of student enrollment in January, so that's a double whammy, right? You're actually below, plus you're having it come down in January, and you don't have any more money coming in until April. That is in a big chunk.
Right.
Like, we cannot get to a place that we cannot make payroll.
Correct. I 100% agree.
And so those are the things I think about when we, with cushion, interest payroll. I mean, that's what, in my mind,
Right.
those things go together, but that's just me.
Yeah, and I think to your point, monitoring our cash balance, it becomes our daily task right now. Every morning, every afternoon, we look at what our cash balance is and preserving our cash to make sure that we are able to pay our payroll.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, President Margrell, for bringing that up. We heard that with Ms. Sandy Hayes.
Yes.
When she shared with us, I think, our first retreat about, I'm not sure if it was North Shore or a district who didn't have the cash flow where they then to meet payroll, so then they needed to go get a loan, and just the interest alone is just, so that is all the more reasons why, when you see something, say, or do something, and let's just be as transparent as we have been, so that we understand what it means to have cash flow by month, and when, like your question, Director Gregory, about, so when do we start to shore up when, we don't hit that enrollment?
Right.
That's important for us to know. And then one other thought, I just thought I lost it, might be the ear infection, but yes, it is that districts right now are doing this very same thing.
Yes.
I am happy that our district has, even though it's not the fund balance that I think that we want to have, that we're making the decisions we need to in order to keep us fiscally solvent for the future, because this is about our kids. And it's difficult to think about that when we are cutting staff and are making these decisions. They're very tough decisions. And so I'm just been proud of the work that our team and our board has done in just learning all this stuff and understanding it. The work that we've done in Olympia to try to get our state to really look at what our needs are.
Well, it was
Because
interesting.
we're not out of this yet.
Sorry.
No, go
It
ahead.
was interesting when we met with different legislative reps, like, we are explaining to them how we're funded. We're funded two different ways. Do you know this? Like, and they're like sitting there like, no, that's not, yes, that's how it is. Here's the number, here's what you need to go look at. So it's kind of like educating them to be, and educating myself, right? I didn't know how it was calculated. Like, they have this antiquated number that says, based on the number of students and your size, you only get 10 head count, but you need 30 to run your school district, because you need a nutrition person and you need a nurse in every school. Like, they don't account for any of that. And it was interesting to educate them and then go, I didn't know that. I'm gonna look into that. And then their follow-up of saying, hey, I looked into that. That's important. So I think going down to Olympia, I encourage everybody, write in, call, talk to your legislative reps and talk to them about it, because they're open to hearing it and being educated, because they can't know everything, right?
Okay, well, I believe that that is the end of our questions here for tonight. It is 5:54, and we are adjourning this work session. This work session will adjourn for an executive session for approximately 30 minutes. The purpose of this executive session is to discuss the performance of a public employee, potential litigation, and/or the legal or financial risks of a course of action. We will see you back here at 6:30 PM. Good evening. Good evening. It is now 6:31 and our executive session adjourned at 6:28 PM. Board members in attendance for the executive session were Director Williams, Vice President Gregory, and myself, all in person. We now move to our regular meeting, and we are calling this regular meeting to order. Again, it was at 6:31. We will start with roll call, and please indicate your presence by saying present. Director Cook? Please indicate Director Cook is absent. Director Williams?
Present.
Director Song is absent. Vice President Gregory?
Present.
And I am present.
You're that too.
Let's see. Hey, Director Gregory, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today?
I would. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome. This is a meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. We welcome the public's participation in this board meeting and thank those of you who have come to this meeting and those who are viewing via our live stream. The purpose of board meetings is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to but not respond to comments from visitors. Whether made verbally in person, verbally on video, or written, comments are limited to a total of one per person per regular board meeting. One additional comment per person may be submitted for a public hearing topic if there is a public hearing on the agenda. All forms of public comment are subject to Chapter 4256 RCW Public Records Act. The public may comment at regular board meetings in a manner authorized by state law. All comments must adhere to Policy 1420 and Procedure 1420P. If you wish to make a comment to the board, comment forms are available for completion prior to the meeting, and forms must be turned in no later than the beginning of the legislative report. No forms will be accepted once this report has begun. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Public comments will be heard after the agenda review. Students will be the first to speak on any topic during the student voice portion of the agenda, which takes place immediately following this opening. General public comments from non-students will be heard during preliminary communication from the audience. Any remaining comments, whether from students or non-students, will be heard at specific agenda items and during final communication from the audience. Student comments will be heard first on any topic. Please state your first and last name prior to beginning your testimony. Abuse of public comments personally directed towards board, staff, or students will not be tolerated. The use of specific names or personally identifiable information of board, staff, or students is not allowed. Board members or KSD staff members may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when not adhering to Procedure 1420P. All comments, whether verbal or written, must adhere to the standards of civility as defined in Policy 1400 Meeting Conduct, Order of Business, and Quorum. If you're seated in an overflow room, there is a brief delay in the live stream audio. We will allow extra time for you to make your way to the boardroom after your name is called. Individuals with items for the board or superintendent must provide the items directly to our safety services staff. Approaching the dais during the board meeting is not allowed. Any items turned in will be provided to the board and superintendent following the meeting. Our next item is our land acknowledgement, Section 1.06, and Vice President Gregory, will you please read our land acknowledgement?
The Kent School District Board of Directors acknowledges we reside on the traditional lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe who have lived in this region since time immemorial. We honor their continued stewardship to this land, its waters, and its communities. We commit to ongoing learning, meaningful partnerships with Native communities, and uplifting the sovereignty of the Muckleshoot people.
Thank you very much, Director Gregory. Our next agenda item is our agenda review. Superintendent Bella, are there any changes to the agenda?
President Margell, there are no changes to the agenda.
Thank you. Is there a motion from the floor?
I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for the approval of the agenda as written. We're now open for discussion. Seeing as there is none, a motion's been made and seconded for the approval of the agenda as written. All those in favor, please raise your right hand, say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 3-0. We move to our next section, student voice. We have,
President Margell, we have 0 in-person student. We have 1 online video and no online written student comments.
thank you very much. We'll play student video.
My name is Grace Richner. I am in 3rd grade at Suze Creek Elementary. I want to tell you why Ms. Cox means so much to me.
Could you pause that? We will remind all of our speakers that we cannot personally identify any person in our public comments, but we will go ahead and let this comment complete. Thank you.
In my school. Ms. Cox makes me feel welcome in the library. She makes the library very cheerful and a place that I like to visit. When we check out our books, she talks to us and asks us how we are. I feel bad for next year's kindergartners who might not get to know Ms. Cox. I would miss her a lot and I want her to stay in our library. Please keep her. I love Ms. Cox. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Thank you very much. Our next section is comments from the audience. This will be a 30-minute section. We do have, I believe, 14 in-person general comments. We have 1 current comment for 9.19, 0 video, and 3 written comments, which have been provided to the board for their review. I will call out names and just make sure that the next couple also know so they can be on deck. Welcome to baseball season. Our first speaker, Michelle McCormick, followed by Sarah Lawrence, and then Jenny Irwin.
Good evening, Superintendent Vella, President Margell, and members of the board. My name is Michelle McCormick, and I really want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. Over the past few years, many in our community have expressed concerns about district spending and have shared that they feel disconnected from how priorities are set with when levies and bonds are planned. These conversations happen around our kitchen tables, at school events, and between neighbors who care deeply about the schools and want to be a part of the process, not just ask for support after decisions are already made. In response, a group of community members have come together to try something different. We are forming a broad, diverse, community-led group focused on learning more about future facilities and capital spending needs. This isn't about pushing a predetermined outcome. It's about slowing down, sharing information, asking questions, and having honest conversations about what our community values and what we want to prioritize together. Through this process, we hope to gather perspectives from across our community and share that feedback with the district so future planning better reflects the voices of the people who live here and support our schools. We appreciate that the district has expressed support for this effort and is willing to provide data and speakers upon request. Our first community gathering will be on May 28th at 7 p.m. and we'll be using this room. There'll be light hors d'oeuvres, and we invite anyone who is curious, has questions, wants to share their perspective, or simply just wants to learn and listen to join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Sarah Lawrence.
Good evening, School Board. It's nice to speak with you again. I'm standing here to plead with you not to cut our program staffing again in the library. Our jobs are too large to absorb the library paraprofessional role. It isn't reasonable or appropriate. There will be significant losses to student services, collegial relationships, and a long-term financial loss to the district. We are not a worthless subject. We exist outside grade levels and grade systems because we are valuable at all levels for all subjects. We are Sherpas helping you climb, not dead weight to be cut. Frankly, to cut library staff is to show apathy for literacy despite commitment. We have data that shows the literacy growth derived from library-led reading initiatives. Our staff makes differences in the right direction towards your goals. Rather than cuts here, please reconsider appropriate trims elsewhere. Bonuses, non-school costs, reimbursements for Medicaid and OSPI. Please consider some of these other things. Are we doing the right thing by spending so much on testing initiatives that may be exorbitant and diminish learning time that we desperately need across all of our subjects? Anything you don't seek feels like it's being foolishly squandered coming from the district budget. Please don't turn us into Flobbertown. It's a Dr. Seuss joke, and a library para would be happy to help you find it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. We do ask that there's no reaction to comments, and we will have to ask people to leave if they're not able to follow those policies. Thank you. Jenny Irwin, and then that is going to be followed by Danette Schreiber and Lauren Lorbeski.
Hello, I am Jenny Irwin, and I am a library para. I've worked in schools since 2008 as a health tech, a para sub, an early childhood education para, and the last 10 years as a library para. As a library para, I have relationships with all of the students in the school. I know the students, their interest, what books they like, what they find joy in. These relationships help the students feel welcome, respected, and accepted. The students know they can come to me without judgment. They can let me know they forgot their book at home, a page in their book was torn or scribbled on, or even that they lost their book. I'll let them check out the next day when they bring their book. I'll fix the book for them, and I will help work with their teachers and parents to find or replace the book. All of these things help create empowered, responsible students. They learn that mistakes happen, but there are solutions, and they can ask for help when they don't know what the solutions are. When a student needs someone to listen, to help them process their emotions, to take a break, I am there and I am available. As an example, let me tell you about one student. This student struggles with change, unmet expectations, regulating his emotions. Last year, he was unable to self-regulate if he could not check out the exact book he wanted. This year, he has learned to trust that if the book is checked out, he can put that book on hold. Then he will get the book when it comes back. The number of meltdowns in the library has decreased dramatically. The time to work through those emotions often occurs while the librarian is teaching the rest of the class or even another class. I have established a supportive relationship with him that helps him to come to me, express his emotions and needs. Not only does this help him love library and reading, but it carries over to the rest of his school experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Danette Schreiber.
Good evening. My name is Danette Schreiber, and I am speaking on behalf of the health technicians who serve the daily medical lifeline of our students. We want to share what these proposed hours cuts truly mean inside our schools. Health techs are the first people students see come to when they are scared, hurt, sick, or in crisis. We are the ones who see them every day, not just when something goes wrong, but when something is about to go wrong. We catch the early signs of asthma attacks, low blood sugar, allergic reactions, and mental health crises. We know which students haven't eaten, which ones are struggling at home, and which ones need extra monitoring. That continuity is what keeps students safe. Cutting our hours from 6 to 4.5 removes that stability the students rely on. It means the health room will be run by office staff who only have basic training and who are already stretched thin. These staff members care deeply, but are not trained to recognize seizure activity, manage diabetic emergency, and administer epinephrine or triage to multiple students at once. They should not be put in that position. Our district serves many families who face barriers to healthcare, poverty, transportation challenges, language differences, and limited access to providers. For many of our students, the school health room is the only consistent medical service that they have. When we are not there, they lose that safety net. We also see the impact on the rest of the school. When the health techs are not available, office staff, teachers, and administrators must leave their own responsibilities to manage the medical needs. That means lost instructional time, delayed response to behavior issues, and increased stress on staff who are already carrying heavy workloads. We understand the district is facing budget challenges, but cutting health tech hours does not save money. It shifts risk. It increases the chance of medication errors, delayed emergency response, and preventable harm. And it places the district in a vulnerable position legally and financially. We are not asking for anything new. We are asking to maintain the level of care our students have already received. Care that keeps them safe, healthy, and ready to learn. Restoring health tech hours is not just a staffing decision. It is a commitment to student safety and equity. Thank you for listening and considering the real impact that these cuts will have on our students and families we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lauren Lorbeski, and then Nurse Christy Welsh.
Good evening. My name is Lauren. I'm a registered nurse with a Bachelor's of Science in Nursing, and I'm a nationally certified school nurse. I'm speaking on behalf of nurses who serve this district's 25,000 plus students. We are here because the proposed cuts to our health technicians from 6 hours a day to 4.5 directly compromises student safety, equity, and the district's legal and financial risk. Our health techs are the frontline medical staff in every building. Nurses are not typically on campus 5 days a week. And while our roles overlap in some areas, they are not the same. And the daily safety net for students is the health tech. While their hours are cut, the health room will be staffed by office staff with only basic training pulled away from their own essential duties. This is not just inefficient, it's unsafe. Our district serves a large geographic area with significant poverty and high immigrant population. Many families already face barriers to healthcare access. For many students, the school health room is the only point of medical support they reliably have. And their needs are not simple. We manage diabetes, seizures, asthma, life-threatening allergies, NG tubes, daily medications, mental health crises, drug use and injuries from altercations, among other things. These are not hypothetical risks, and they're daily realities. When trained health staff are unavailable, the consequences can be catastrophic. Other districts across the country have learned this the hard way. In California, a district paid $15 million after a student with known food allergies died because staff without medical training delayed epinephrine administration. In Pennsylvania, a district settled for $3 million after a student with asthma died when untrained staff failed to follow a care plan. And in Illinois, a district paid $1.5 million after a diabetic student suffered permanent injury when blood glucose monitoring was delayed. These cases all have one thing in common: insufficient trained medical staff on site. And every one of those districts believed they were saving money until one preventable incident cost more than decades worth of staffing. Cutting health tech hours does not reduce risk. It transfers it onto untrained staff, administrators, and ultimately the district itself. As licensed nurses, we're legally responsible for delegating health tasks to unlicensed staff. Washington state law requires that delegation be appropriate, safe, and within the individual's training and demonstrated competence. When health tech hours are cut, the individuals left to run the health room are administrative assistants or other staff with minimal medical training. Delegating complex or potentially life-saving tasks to staff who are not adequately trained places nurses in a position where our professional licenses could be jeopardized. We cannot ethically or legally delegate tasks that exceed a staff member's preparation, yet the proposed cuts would force that exact scenario. This is not only unsafe for students, it is unsafe for the nurses that the district relies on. We understand the district faces budget pressures, but student safety is not where their cuts should be absorbed. The health room is not optional. It's a core safety function, just like security and transportation. And unlike many other services, a single mistake in the health room can be fatal. We are asking the board to restore health tech hours to their current levels. Our students deserve trained medical support every day, in every building. Their safety, the district's legal and ethical responsibility
Thank you
depends
very
on it.
much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Oh, great. Nurse Christy Welsh?
Yes.
Perfect, okay. And then just let me say who's next, so they just know.
Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. Sherry Dusant? Or close thereof? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Good evening. My name is Christy Welsh, and this is my 12th year as a Kent School District nurse. I'm here because reducing our health tech positions from 6 hours to 4.5 is not a small budget adjustment. It is a direct safety risk, especially as students' needs and acuity have increased dramatically over the last several years. Health techs provide consistent daily care. They know our students' medications, chronic conditions, and baseline behaviors. That familiarity prevents errors and allows them to recognize early changes in health behavior. They also alert our counselors when social and emotional concerns emerge, support accommodations and toileting plans, and supervise students who cannot safely use the regular restrooms. These responsibilities require training and consistency. Health techs are essential. Cutting their hours removes that consistency and shifts health room responsibility onto office staff who are already stretched thin with recess coverage, phones, behavior emergencies, enrollment, greeting new families, the list goes on. They cannot safely absorb health room duties on top of everything else. As the nurse for 2 schools, I rely on the health tech so I can complete the work that only a licensed ESA school nurse, registered school nurse, can do. Comprehensive health evaluations, connecting teachers, admin, parents, and clinics, coordinating complex nursing care, interpreting medical documentation, compiling health evaluations, writing care plans, delegating medications, and training staff. These tasks require concentration and accuracy. This year, I've had a significant increase in the shift of my workload. Our early childhood special education programs have been overflowing. I typically have 1 psych at one school, 1 psych at my other school for the K through 5, and 1 preschool psych for the ECE class that I have. I have 5 classrooms worth of ECE preschoolers, and every single child that is qualified for that program deserves an evaluation by a registered nurse. This year, they increased it to 2, and recently, the last few weeks, we have 3 psychs that are now working for the ECE program. The nursing allotment did not increase, so now I am getting requests from 5 different psychs for health evaluations. And I have health techs that are missing, whether they're on a medical leave or whether they are on maternity leave. So when there's not a health tech there, guess who's running the health room? And I don't get my work done. Recently, I had a health tech out on leave. I had to complete a complex IEP evaluation. I started the documents first thing in the morning, and by the end of the day, I had not completed it.
Thank you very much. Sherry Dusant, and then the next person is Cheryl Bellino.
Good evening, Board. My name is Sherry Duso.
Oh,
That was close enough, though.
apologies.
It works. Everybody does it. I'm here to support my health tech at my school, and I'm also here to share with you my perspective as an administrative assistant that works as the backup to the health room. My other responsibilities include attendance and substitute services. But we're often the first point of contact for parents, staff, and students that need everything from attendance records, discipline documentation, scheduled meetings, early dismissals, late arrivals, and all of these things already require our full attention in person and on the phone. The substitutes also check in during the morning at the same time the diabetics and the routine medicine students arrive. There's a constant flow throughout the day, from before the first bell to the last bell of the day. So these proposed cuts to health technicians would require half of my day to be spent with helping with regular health room students as well as any emergencies. And since I work 8 hours and you're proposing only 4-hour reclassification for health techs, that's how I came up with half my day. What that would mean, while I'm in the health room, the attendance office stops functioning. Families wait longer, staff wait longer, phones go unanswered, emails pile up. And this has created angry parents already when I've had to be performing health room backup for even shorter periods of time. So I have to ask a priority question. When I have parents at the counter, phones ringing at my desk, and a sick child arriving all at the same time, who should I service first? Well, I have, and I would again, choose the student. Which brings up the next question, why would we want to lose the important health tech hours? So please consider restoring our medically trained health techs for my energy's sake, as well as the safety of our students. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Tuso. Shara Bellina, followed by Steve Babro.
Good evening. I'm not a very good speaker. I shake. So my name is Cheryl Bellino, and I'm the school nurse at Kentwood High School. I have been with the district for 24 years. 22 of those have been at Kentwood, and I am retiring this at the end of this school year. I know the change of dropping health tech hours to 4.5 hours a week will not impact me, but it will impact my fellow nurses, health techs, staff members, and students, and not in a safe and effective way. And so I decided I needed to speak up. I currently serve approximately 2,000 students, which includes 64 students with life-threatening allergies, 6 insulin-dependent diabetics, 6 students with emergency seizure, life-threatening seizure medications, 2 students with heart transplants, 1 student with a current life-threatening heart disease, 5 daily medications, and providing support for our agency one-to-one nurse in the ASC. This does not include the multitude of students with needed medications such as albuterol inhalers and Tylenol or ibuprofen. I have seen an increase in the number and severity of students with physical and mental health conditions throughout my years, and I do not see this trend reversing. I have worked the last 2 years as a 0.7 FTE with 0.6 slated for the high school. The rest I am scheduled to float. My health techs have been my right hand, and I could not have done it without them. Health tech hours have increased through the years, but as stated above, so has the severity of the medical needs of our students. The last change came when the district decreased the FTE of our nursing staff, and they then increased all health tech hours to 6 hours a day to compensate for that loss. The district current change to make that all health techs at just 4.5 hours a day is not as what is best for the health and safety, not only of our students, but also the staff too. This change will impact all my fellow school nurses, but for the high school nurses, it will take away 1 full day a week from our already increasingly short office hours, where we become a 0.4 FTE nurse and an expensive 0.2 health tech to cover the health tech duties. In addition, multiple staff members may be required to provide coverage in the health room in addition to the tasks of their primary job. I'm asking you to please keep that 6 hours, because it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when something serious will happen.
Thank
And
you,
that
Ms.
will make me
Bellino.
so sad. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Fabro, followed by Sean Scheller.
Good evening, board members. I'm Steve Babo, the only K-5 linked teacher in our district that I know of. I stand before you as an educator deeply committed to this community, and I need to address 3 critical issues that affect our students and staff. First, special education compliance. As a special education teacher, I'm completing federally mandated documentation, such as IEPs, prior written notices, progress notes on my own time, nights and weekends. A single IEP takes 3 to 6 hours. Managing 20-plus students for some teachers requires an additional 2 to 4 hours for progress notes monthly. This isn't an extra burden, it is a legal requirement. We're essentially asking teachers to provide free labor to maintain compliance. We are not asking for favors, we are seeking to resolve a liability issue. What we need is protected time built into the master schedule, either a half-a-day monthly coverage or a floating substitution rotation. These do not include any meeting schedule during that time. Second, equity in funding. Our enrollment-based funding model contradicts our mission of equity. Resources follow headcount, not student needs. This leaves high-need schools, those serving students experiencing poverty, English language learners, and students with disabilities under-resourced and struggling. During external visits, we add temporary staff to create the appearance of success. But once they leave, we face the same systemic challenges. Students deserve sustainable support systems that work year-round, not performance for observers. What we need are a needs-based funding model, root cause analysis of behavioral patterns, and capacity building for our staff. Third, excellence requires investment. I began this role with 0 formal training. Principal-directed professional development lacks differentiation and rarely translates to classroom practice. I aspire to achieve excellence, to be an outstanding teacher, but how can I when there's a lack of time for legal documentation, equitable support, and proper training? Together, we can address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will have time for, it looks like one more speaker, Sean Scheller.
Good evening. My name is Sean Scheller, and I've been a teacher since 1988 and have worked as an elementary teacher, librarian, technology integration specialist here in KSD since 2015. I'm national board certified, and I'm here to ask the board to vote no on the proposed budget that eliminates so many things, including all elementary library para-educators. KSD lacks credibility these days. I am sharing a document using your own financial data that you've submitted to OSPI. Over the last 3 budget cycles, our finance department has been wrong by substantial amounts. The pattern shows only a negative 1.2 revenue variance, not a drastic reduction. KSD has a 10 to 12% cash reserve, significantly larger than the 3% that is required by OSPI. If we can't touch our cash reserve unless it's a rainy day, eliminating all elementary library paras, which will only save $1.08 million according to our own district, certainly meets that criteria. I've been nice the rest of the time. I'm mad now. KSD also approved almost $1 million in a supplemental contract for the superintendent, who has had 3 votes of no confidence. If our budget crisis is extreme as you've messaged, why approve this expenditure just last summer that does nothing to improve student academic performance? Second, you lack transparency. Students' enrollment is up over 600 students since the beginning of the school year, so the forecasting is no longer accurate. Substantial savings could be made by cutting costs to consumable instructional resources, social studies, math, ELA. Stop paying for systems such as my own Follett Resource Manager that isn't working, or create a better inventory tracking system. Third, library paras are essential to our strategic plan and our literacy goals. I am sharing circulation data that I've passed out, and for one school out of these 29, showing that over 11,000 books checked out in 1 year. How will I manage this volume alone while providing reading incentive programs that hook students to love reading? When you cut library staff, you cut access to books, technology support, and to learning. I've raised safety concerns about being the only person in our innovative makerspace library. Not a single contact. When someone gets hurt, it will cost more than providing a safe environment. Please vote no on this proposed budget and ask for better solutions.
Thank you, Ms. Schuler. We have currently, it looks like 5 more general comments. We'll have those ones at the end, along with the specific comment that is, say, for 9.19. We move on to our next section, and I have a lot of information that I need to get in front of me.
I can read it.
Could you start with the first one, the administrative professionals?
Okay. Yes.
Great, thank you.
Whereas Administrative Professionals Week recognizes the many roles and responsibilities of the administrative professionals in our schools and districts' offices, and whereas the Kent School District Board of Directors acknowledges the critical role of administrative professionals to supporting the education of our students and ensuring that students are successfully prepared for their futures, and whereas administrative professionals work in the district school buildings, the transportation building, and the central administration campus, and whereas our administrative professionals are often the first impression and the face of Kent School District to the thousands of parents, community members, and students that walk in the doors of our schools and offices or call on the telephone and therefore serve as key frontline public relations ambassadors, and whereas the school board recognizes the expertise and dedication of the district's administrative professionals, their work to master technology and effectively utilize communication skills, their vital contributions and commitment to teamwork, and their willingness to learn and accept new challenges and opportunities, and whereas the school board wishes to commend each and every one of the Kent School District's administrative professionals for their service to students, staff, parents, and community members each and every day. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District proclaims April 20th through the 24th, 2026 Administrative Professionals Week in the Kent School District and urges all citizens to join in this observance signed this day by the Secretary of the Board and the Board of Directors.
Thank you very much, Director Gregory. Do you want to keep going and do our School Lunch Hero Day today?
Sure.
Thank you.
One moment. School Lunch Hero Day. Whereas nutritious meals are an essential part of the school day, and whereas the staff of the Kent School District's Nutrition Services Department are committed to providing healthful, nutritious meals to the district's children, and whereas the men and women who prepare and serve school meals help nurture our children through their interaction and support during meal distribution to students, and whereas the Nutrition Services staff are professionals who have risen above and beyond by helping to feed all children in our community. And now therefore be it resolved, the Kent School Board expresses its deep appreciation to those valuable employees and commends their good work on benefit of children and proclaims Monday, May 1st, 2026 as School Lunch Hero Day, signed by the Secretary of the Board and the Board of Directors.
Thank you very much. And could you do our next one, Director Williams, the Teacher Appreciation Week?
Whereas the role of the classroom teacher cannot be overemphasized, for they are the single most influential factor in a child's educational experience. And whereas our teachers are their best when they hold students to high expectations, challenge them to think critically, push them to excel in the face of any obstacle, and guide their development toward becoming contributing citizens. And whereas under the expert direction of our teachers, classrooms throughout Kent School District are places where students are given the opportunity to display creativity and imagination and develop a passion for learning that will last a lifetime. And whereas excellent teaching is a labor of love, and our dedicated professionals often use their own resources and work long hours to enhance and enrich the daily learning experiences of their students with innovative and individualized lessons. And whereas educators shape the future of our community and nation as they work each day to prepare our students to compete globally. And whereas the value of our talented, committed, tireless, and inspirational teachers is without measure, now therefore be it resolved, the Kent School District Board of Directors hereby proclaims May 4th through the 8th, 2026 Teacher Appreciation Week in Kent School District and urges all citizens to pay tribute to our public school teachers, signed by the Director of the Board and the Board. Secretary of the Board, sorry.
Thank you very much. Would you also mind helping Director Williams with 4.02, our National Public School Volunteers Week?
It would be my pleasure.
Thank you.
Whereas the public school volunteers contribute unselfishly to the success of students, teachers, and support staff, and whereas school volunteers reflect the highest values of our democratic society by representing people of all ages and all walks of life, and whereas school volunteers stretch school and district resources to ensure that every student receives help and encouragement according to need, and whereas school volunteers exhibit care, model the best in citizenship, and create climate that fosters learning and love of education, and whereas Public School Volunteer Week provides a yearly opportunity for schools and families to honor and highlight the powerful contributions parents and caregivers provide at school and home to support student success. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District recognizes April 20th through the 24th, 2026 as Public School Volunteer Week in the Kent School District and urges all citizens to join us in remembering the dedication and hard work of local volunteers in preparing today's students for tomorrow's world. Signed this day by the Secretary of the Board and the Board of Directors.
Thank you very much. I am proud to read 4.04, National Student Leadership Week. Whereas National Student Leadership Week, NSLW, is a theme-based week dedicated to recognizing and supporting the important role of student leaders. Since 1972, the National Office of the National Association of Student Councils, National Honor Society, and National Junior Honor Society have sponsored National Student Leadership Week. And whereas student leaders are positive influence on their peers, modeling good character and scholarship in and out of the classroom, and serve as change agents to improve the overall climate and academic performance level of their school. And whereas the support of school administrators and faculty, parents, and community members is necessary to help student leaders develop the essential traits and characteristics of a leader to provide positive experiences to expand their skills and ensure the successful education of all emerging student leaders. And whereas the National Student Leadership Week serves as an ideal time to recognize student leaders for their hard work, determination, and commitment to making a change in their schools, learning communities, and the world. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of Kent School District recognizes April 20th through the 24th, 2026 as National Student Leadership Week in Kent School District and urges all citizens to join in this observance. Signed this 22nd day of April 2026 by the Board of Directors and Israel Vela, Secretary to the Board. Our last proclamation today is National School Nurses Day, and that will be read by Vice President Gregory.
Whereas all students have a right to their health needs safely met while in the school setting, and whereas children today face more complex and life-threatening health problems requiring care in school, and whereas school nurses are professional nurses that advance the well-being, academic success, and lifelong achievements of all students by providing a critical safety net for our nation's most fragile children, and whereas school nurses act as a liaison to the school community, parents, and healthcare providers on behalf of children's health, and whereas school nurses support the health and educational success of children and youth by developing and providing programs and leadership, and whereas school nurses understand the link between health and learning and are in a position to make a positive difference for children every day. Now therefore, let it be resolved, the Kent School District Board of Directors hereby proclaims Wednesday, May 6, 2026, National School Nurse Day in the Kent School District and urges all citizens to join in this observance. Signed this day, April 22nd, by the Secretary of the Board and the Board of Directors.
I'm sorry, I'm a loud sneezer.
I just said bless you. Thank you very much for the National School Nurse Day proclamation. Again, congratulations to our administrative professionals, all of those who volunteer within our schools. We thank you very much, and we need you. Our School Lunch Hero Day, National Student Leadership Week, Teacher Appreciation Week, and then, of course, our National School Nurse Day. We now move on to presentations, and our first one is by Park Orchard today, and I call upon Superintendent Vela.
Thank you, President Margell, members of the board. I am proud to bring up Dr. Kathy Emmerich, our Executive Director of School Leadership Success, who will be introducing our principal of Park Orchard, and he'll do the same with our guests. So,
thank you.
Dr. Emmerich.
All right, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry, it's always such a pleasure to come here to the school board meeting and introduce fantastic schools, and we've got a fantastic school to introduce tonight. Patrick O'Connor is the principal of Park Orchard, and his team are here to showcase real authenticity when it comes to leadership and learning and how he engages his staff, community, and students to create just a really dynamic learning space where kids are thriving and leading to really strong impact on student learning and achievement. So without further ado, I am going to call up Patrick O'Connor, principal of Park Orchard, and he will introduce his team.
Good evening. My name is Patrick O'Connor, and I am the proud principal of Park Orchard Elementary. I'd like to first introduce you to Mr. Tom Lee, our assistant principal, who will lead us through Park Orchard data. I will return to talk about our school improvement plan.
Demographic overview. Oh, wow. So approximately 450 students with high mobility rate. Majority of our students identify as Latino, which informs instructional and family engagement work. Program overview. The percentage of students qualifying for free and reduced lunch has decreased in recent years, while the number of students qualifying for highly capable services has increased. Home languages. Home language patterns have remained stable. English is the primary language and Spanish is the second most spoken languages. And as we speak, that number is climbing with new languages. So this data reflects multiple years of achievement growth, attendance, and discipline. Our focus is both on proficiency and academic progress. ELA achievement. 28% of students met ELA standards as of 2025. Growth trends are positive across grade levels. ELA growth. Students demonstrate consistent growth across fall, winter, and spring. Increasing numbers of students are approaching or reaching grade level. Math achievement. 31% of students met math standard as of 2025, with steady academic growth observed. Math growth. Growth is evident across assessment windows, with students gradually exiting the lowest performance bands. As for science, science outcomes show steady improvements since 2023, supported by more consistent instructional practices. This one shows our attendance snapshot. So all grade levels exceed 90% in average daily attendance, except kindergarten, which has a high chronic rate of absenteeism. So the kindergarten chronic absenteeism remains our targeted focus area. This one shows our attendance trends. Attendance has increased year over year, largely due to intentional family engagement and home visits. Exclusionary discipline. So exclusionary discipline has decreased significantly over time as we prioritize restorative practices and proactive supports. Student group performances. So we have seen growth and improvement for all our student groups based on this graph. And back to our principal, Patrick O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I'll now talk about our school improvement plan. Our plan, of course, is aligned with the KSD strategic plan, preparing students, partnering with families and community, building equitable systems, and investing in a diverse workforce. I'm going to start with our literacy goal. Last year, we fell just short of making 100% progress towards our annual typical growth. So our literacy school improvement plan goal this year was to make 5% increase in progress towards annual typical growth. And for students who identify as Hawaiian Pacific Islander, we're looking to make a 10% increase. Our strategies include growing capacity to collaboratively plan and to analyze data and to differentiate instruction. I'm happy to report at the mid-year, we made 63% of our progress towards annual typical growth. We would like to see 50% or higher, and we were at 63. And for our students who identify as Hawaiian Pacific Islander, at the mid-year assessment, we already made 100% progress towards annual typical growth. At this time, I'd like to introduce a few teachers to share some of their successes. I'll start with Mr. Eric Della Pena.
Hello, board. My name is Eric Della Pena, and I had 103% with annual typical growth, and I had to do a lot of credit to a wonderful team with Andrew Parsons and Keith Martin. They were a wonderful team. Secondly, with the iReady test, we do a lot of pacing through the week and making sure my students aren't totally overloaded when they are testing. So I do a lot of SEL, making sure we're in the right mind space when we test. But I got to give the credit to my students. So I have a really awesome cohort this year. They are pushing themselves. They want to get that growth, and I couldn't do without them. So I'm really proud of their growth and how persistent they are with their test taking skills. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Diane Lee.
Hello, members of the board. So my name is Diane Lee, and my students in the Winter iReadies grew 88% towards their typical growth. And some of the strategies that I have that I've helped with the students is providing that targeted instruction with differentiation during that win time. We've worked a lot with comprehension this year, and my third graders has even learned note-taking strategies when we're doing our reading comprehension, which I'm really impressed with. It's my first time doing that. And really just having high expectations for all of my students. And fun fact, I had them in second grade, so I moved up with them. And so I know the students, I've always had these high expectations of them, and they have really rose to the occasion of these challenges, and I'm really proud of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, respected board members. I'm a third grade teacher at Park Orchard. I have worked there for the last 7 years. My students have shown growth of 105% during the Winter iReady in reading. I'm really proud of my students. I would like to thank ML department and interventionist who partnered with me to consistently differentiate during small group time and provided a lot of help to meet the academic needs of my students. In addition, my students, they took ownership of their learning, so I'm very thankful. I have really enjoyed my time working with my students at Park Orchard. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, board members. My name is Andrew Parsons, and my students made 200% growth towards reading in December, and I just really credit the team at Park Orchard, my fifth grade teammates, our multilingual department, my administration, the really great feedback they've given me over the years. So thank you for hearing me out.
Hi, I'm Elvine Roberts, and I teach fourth grade. I am so proud of my students for making 79% progress towards their annual typical growth. I differentiate my instruction by providing supports like visual aids, sentence frames, and small group instruction while maintaining high expectations for all of the students, including my multilingual learners. My students made progress because they're both challenged and supported. I also consistently communicate with my families so that they understand what we're learning, and at the same time, they can support their child at home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, this is fall to winter, so you'd really hope that students would make at least 50% of their progress. More would be great. And so the amount of growth that these teachers have led their students to make is really exceptional. It's outstanding. All right, moving on. Our math, similar to ELA, we fell slightly short of making 100% progress towards our typical growth in math last year. So we're aiming this year to make 9% increase in progress towards annual typical growth. And for students with IEPs, a 10% increase. At the mid-year assessment, we were at 62%. So again, north of that 50%. And for our students with IEPs, they were already at 78% of their progress towards annual typical growth. So really proud of that. And at this time, I'd again like to briefly invite a few teachers back to share some of their successes. We'll start with Ms. Hahn.
Hello, my name is Teresa Hahn, and I'm a first grade teacher. I attribute my students' growth of 90% based on two key practices. My first one is just providing sufficient time for students to practice this skill so they can build their understanding and their confidence. And second is just continuously spiraling back on previous skills so that they can reinforce their retention and connect new learning to their prior knowledge.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Keith Martin, and I teach fifth grade. And One thing I have to say about our school is none of the teachers work in silos. We collaborate all the time, and that includes our multilingual team, working with our students to learn the academic vocabulary. That's very important as we're going through the different math units. And with my teammates, Mr. Parsons and Mr. Della Pena, we break into differentiated math groups based on what our scores were on the previous iReady, and that has helped us to prepare those students for those areas where they maybe fell short, and really giving them all the encouragement they need every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
High school board. Yeah, my fifth graders did 97% this December. I'm really proud of them. Again, I credit that to my team, my administration, and also just really excited about the building thinking classrooms framework that we're using, and I think it's helped us to differentiate a lot more, and yeah, we're seeing good results. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to our science goal. Increase percent of students that are above grade level in comprehension of informational text by 20%. At the winter assessment, we were at 9% increase, so a little shy of halfway there. And hopefully by the end of the spring assessment, we will be there. Also looking to decrease students who identify as Hawaiian Pacific Islander who are currently considered at risk. So decrease the percent of students at risk by 10%. In the fall, we had 69% considered at risk. In the winter, we had 46%. So we're already looking at a 23% reduction in students considered at risk in that group. So proud of that work. Lastly, our culture and climate goal, to increase school-wide attendance by 1/8%. We ended last year at 90.2% attendance school-wide, so we're hoping this year to hit that 91. I'm proud to say we are currently at 91.2. That's as of today. And we're also looking to increase kindergarten attendance. As Mr. Lee mentioned earlier, we're struggling to get our kindergartners to school each and every day, high rate of chronic absenteeism. So we're looking to increase our kindergarten attendance by 2.2%. We ended the year at 87.8. So we're looking to hit that 90% this year. We're currently at 89.1. So there's still some work to do, but we're getting close. And I'm most excited now to ask Ms. Lee to come back up and introduce to you just a truly exceptional student, a Park Orchard Panda who really embodies what we're all about and what we're trying to do at Park Orchard. So, Ms. Lee.
Hello again. So I'm introducing my student Alberto. From fall to winter, he made 188% progress toward his typical annual growth in reading. Yes. And then he also made 123% progress towards his stretch goal in reading from fall to, wait, should that be math? Oh, okay, from fall to winter. And his stretch growth, okay, I see the difference. Okay, so like I said earlier, I've known Alberto since second grade, and he's grown so much, but something has always stayed the same. He always takes everything to heart. He takes it seriously. So if he has a goal and determination, he will take the time to think about it and do the best that he can with it. And I feel like this progress and this work that he's done really reflects that. So I'm just so proud of him, and he's just a really wonderful and kind student on top of that, and I love him so much. Woo!
Alberto. Alberto, would you mind if we took a couple pictures with you and maybe got your family up here to take pictures too? Would that be okay? And then we'll go back to questions afterwards. Is that okay?
Three, 1, 2, 3. Awesome, thank you. Three, 1, 2, 3. Three, 1, 2, 3.
Well, I just love seeing all of the staff up there because we know it takes a village to be able to support our students. And Alberto, you did amazing work. And we know that also takes a family support. And so seeing the whole family here tonight is fantastic. Thank you for all that you've done to be able to have Alberto part of our program here at KSD. So thank you very much. At this time, we'll open it for questions from the board, and if you don't mind if I take a first one?
Please do. Go ahead.
Principal O'Connor, so nice to see you, so nice to see your whole staff. I think last time I was there, we might have been in ugly Christmas sweaters.
It was.
It is good to see.
It was silly sweater day.
Silly sweater day, thank
we
you.
moved away from ugly sweaters and it's just
Okay,
now
thank
silly
you.
sweaters.
I actually really liked my sweater that day, so thank you. What I want to say is, going to your school several different times, what I notice every single time is a really consistent message around attendance. You see the signs everywhere, you see it, I mean, really everywhere. It's in the school, it's when you drive up, it's really everywhere that you go. Can you talk about the importance of how you've seen that affect the scores in all of the different classes and towards the different goals?
Yeah, we definitely see a correlation. We can't work with students who are not in the schoolhouse, and attendance is just so important. It's essential to everything we do, and I'm sure that if you were to ask any of the teachers behind me, it's paramount. You know, your student misses a day, and a lot of times there's the perception, oh, it's only a day, or it's only a couple days, but 2 days a month, and that's considered chronically absent. And we're trying to build the foundation, and we can't do it if students are not in attendance. And so it's just really paramount to everything we do.
And I can attest to all the heads nodding behind you as you say, yes. Great, thank you very much.
I just want to point out I'm going to make a comment first and then have a question. I want to point out to the community, if you look at the test results, you're going to notice for the 2022, 2023 school year, there's sixth grade and then there's nothing else. And that's because we moved the sixth graders into middle school. I don't want to be that an error. People are like, why aren't we looking at that? It's because there's no sixth graders at the elementary level. And I just want to comment on that for people to understand that. Question, building thinking classrooms. I have had the opportunity to go many different schools and see it, and I just want to kind of understand from the staff, like, how's it working? Like, is there challenges? How do you overcome those? And how are the students? Like, we see it, right? But how are your students engaging with that different methodology? Because it's very different than when I was in school and we sat and repeated 9 times 9 is 81 together as a class in unison in Mrs. Sell's classroom at Park Orchard, by the way, Mrs. Sell, Park Orchard. 9 times 9 is 81. Okay, sorry. So, I'd like to hear from the staff. Anyone?
Yeah, thank you. I'd love to talk about BTCM. I'm not prepared, sorry, but I can just kind of shoot from the hip here. Yeah, I first got to see a teacher in Lake Youngs do this, I think it was 2 years ago, and I just immediately thought it looked great. Took it back to Park Orchard, and the kids just flourished immediately with it. I think the coolest thing is just seeing students come up with ways to solve math that I had never even thought of before. The engagement through the roof, and honestly, there's nothing else I can do in my math classroom that will get that level of engagement. So, and I think my colleagues have also seen the same thing. So yeah, I'm really excited about it. Differentiation is great. It's like math becomes a challenge now instead of just a tedious task like 9 times 9, you know? So yeah, that's what I've got to say about it. Thanks for the question.
Thank you. Here we go.
I'd like to make a comment that I really enjoyed, as much as my students have enjoyed building thinking classrooms. We have not only been using it for doing math, we have been using it in other subject areas also. We have been using it in showing our thinking in reading, in comprehension, and in social studies also. So it has been also used for brainstorming. Basically, we as educators are able to see how students are thinking, what they are reasoning. It's like dissection of their thinking. You know, they portray that in writing, and we are able to see that one problem can be solved in 10 different ways, and you can really appreciate how our brain has a complex way of thinking and solving things. So as much as our students are enjoying, we are equally enjoying as adults seeing our children play with their thinking. So it's a wonderful way of expressing our critical thinking. Thank you.
That's great. Nice. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, with my experience at BTC, the reason I like it the most is because it allows the kids to kind of like play teacher of their own and teach their own teammates. So it kind of helps me like be in the backseat and allow the student to take full ownership and not just, teaching others, but kind of having that identity like, hey, maybe I can be a teacher one day. I'm helping my own friends. And sometimes the reality is the students, they're probably not going to listen to the teacher as much, but if they have their best friend telling them how to multiply or divide, the engagement skyrockets all the way up.
That's cool. That's cool. Thank you.
So I noticed that your data in literacy and math has grown quite a bit over the last few years. You're seeing a steady increase, and your staff has talked a lot about a lot of different strategies around differentiation, building thinking classrooms. But a big thing that I consistently heard tonight was the teaming. So as a principal, you decide which teachers are working together at grade levels. How do you make those decisions? How do you come together to find these magical teams that work so well together?
That's a really good question. It's one that I've been wrestling with for the last couple months as building leaders are working on their staffing for next year. And I think thinking about students first and what's best for them. And then from there, what teams can we put together to best meet student needs? And also factoring in teachers' preference. People who are doing what they want to do will typically do better than people who are doing what they don't want to do. So all those pieces are components to it. And anyone who's seen me work through staffing knows my process. I have all these cards, and it's a big, giant puzzle that I spend weeks, sometimes months. Kathy helps me. Is Kathy still here? Yes, there she is. Kathy helps me. She comes, and I'm like, hey, listen to me. What do you think about this? And so it's a long process, but just really thinking about what's best for students. How can we best meet their needs? How can we create strong teams that will collaborate together, that'll work hard together, that'll hold high expectations for themselves and our students?
Is there a guiding principle that you commonly use when building these teams?
I think thinking about student needs.
Yeah.
And then also, I do lean heavily on teacher preference and considering that to the extent that it's possible. If I have 4 people that want to teach kindergarten and only 3 kindergarten spots, but yeah, I think it's all the things, and it's not perfect. It's kind of messy, but
I can really empathize with that. So
yeah.
thank you.
Sorry, I don't know if I answered.
No, that was a great answer. Thank you.
It is impressive that, especially in the iReady, that every single trimester you see improvement, and that's just incredible. Congratulations to your team for all of the work that we know that it's really every single day, every single student. I did have a specific question. Ms. Lee, I think you mentioned going from second to third. Was this looping, or was it just classroom changes, or and if it was kind of a loop, is that something that you do regularly within your school? And I guess that would be to the principal, Connor.
Well, it was due to a reduction and just to your earlier question, trying to put together strong teams to meet student needs. And sometimes, like I said, you have staff members, because I do consider heavily teachers' preference, that more people want a certain number of grade level than we have, and so just moves need to be made. And so thinking about, okay, if that's the case, then how can we create the strongest possible teams for our students, balancing teacher personalities, having a variety of different styles perhaps, because sometimes students, this student will do really well with Miss Lee, or this student I know is going to thrive with Mr. Della Pena, and just kind of thinking about all those pieces.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And thank you for flexibility and exploring new grade levels.
She didn't want to go to third grade, but she's doing a great
Well,
job.
it sounds like the third grade group wants to keep you. So, great. Thank you very
President
much.
Margill, if I may, a personal point of privilege, want to thank the staff for all the work that you've done, and make sure our board, I'm sure you understand this, that it's not about just 1 year, it's the work that they've done for several years, having been in the school different times throughout with different board members. You're right, there's a couple things that I wanted to point out. It is students and staff have this sense of belonging, that they belong at Park Orchard. I'll never forget our toy making night that we were there. It was just amazing to see and hear the kids talk about how they could help each other make different toys. And then also being in your classrooms and seeing the work you do. I commend you for the collaboration that you have and how you align your practices and share your practice more than that. So thank you so much.
I do have more, but I'm
Okay.
happy to. Do you have?
No.
I was just going to, were you going to ask about family engagement at all?
Yes, I was.
Oh, thank you. I was going to ask about
good.
family engagement too. Thank you.
Oh, so we want to talk about family engagement. You guys have a really diverse student population, which means a diverse community. How do you engage families and partners as partners in student learning?
That's a good question. It's a work in progress. I don't think we're doing it perfectly, but we're growing each and every year. And I think one of the most important things is to create an extremely welcoming environment. So to hear some of your feedback that you think Park Orchard feels like a welcoming place, that makes me really happy, because that's how we want not just our school board to feel, but our students and our families. And so we want it to be an extremely welcoming environment where we're looking people in the eye and we're saying good morning and we're giving high fives or knuckle bumps. And really, we focus a lot on relationship building with students and families, and the staff behind me do an amazing job of this. We try to create a lot of opportunities with different entry points for families. So maybe, today, as a matter of fact, we had Spanish and Dari language groups that met right after school started, and we had 29 parents that attended. Majority Spanish-speaking and Dari-speaking families, and a few English-speaking families. And it's just come. Let's have conversation. Let's have some donuts and some coffee, and if questions need to be asked, let's ask questions. Hopefully, get answers. So just providing a lot of opportunities. Come to the assembly. Your kid got an award. Come to a PTA meeting. Come to the field trip. The musicals tomorrow. Come to the musical. We need help with picture day. Conferences. You must come to conferences. Open house. Come to open house. So just I think providing a welcoming environment and providing a lot of opportunities just create to try to get folks to come in, and then build from there. When folks feel comfortable, then maybe next time the ask can be a little greater. We need your help with this, and so just kind of growing it from there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have more? Okay, I got two more. Is that okay? All right. What's been effective in building a culture where students want to come to school every day? Because I know you said attendance has been a big thing.
I go back to what I was talking about, student or just relationships, positive relationships with students. And if anyone behind me wants to tap in, just go ahead and tap me on the shoulder if you are thinking something. But I really feel like strong relationships with students, and then making school fun too. I mean, you mentioned the Toy Maker Workshop, Silly Sweater Day. We do a lot of school spirit days. If you ever come on a Friday, chances are we're dressed up in pajamas or silly sweaters or hats, or so we try to make school fun. But we have high expectations for attendance, and we want you to be well enough to go to school, but if you are, we want you at school. You need to be here. And I think just making a safe space too, where everyone feels like, hey, however I am, whoever I am, it's okay to be here at Park Orchard because I belong here at Park Orchard. So I think those are some of the things that come to mind.
Just to add on to what he says, we're trying to make the school a fun place, multicultural night. As a matter of fact, tomorrow the kids are performing Finding Nemo, so they're very excited about that.
Oh, that sounds
I would
cool.
like to add to this what my respected admin just mentioned. We only want to be there where we have a sense of belonging. Our children who are coming to school, they have a sense of belonging. We welcome them in the morning. The first thing we do is, I think most classroom teachers are homeroom teachers. They welcome the students with a smile on their face. They make them feel wanted. So this is like a second home for them. And this is why we are doing so well, and we'll continue to prosper. Thank you.
Thank you. I got one more.
Okay.
All right, you ready? Last question. It's a big one. What's one thing that you want the board and the community to understand better about Park Orchard Elementary?
That's a big one.
It's a big question. I like to end with a zinger.
I think I'd like everyone to know, if you don't already, that we're a school on the rise. We're a school to watch. We believe in our students. We believe in ourselves. We hold high expectations for our students and ourselves. And we're going to do great things. We already are doing great things, and we're going to continue. And if anyone would like to come out, you're more than welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the preparation. Thank you for sharing. I really love the specifics that you talked about, that this was a little bit different than we've had. And it was really great to hear specifically what you're doing in your classrooms to really differentiate it and make it a really special place for our students. So we appreciate you being here today after a long day at school, and recognize all the work that you're doing.
Thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is student family engagement, SAFE. And for this one, again, I call upon Superintendent Bella.
Thank you, President Margell. I'd like to invite to the podium Ms. Tracy Garza, our Assistant Director of Student Family Engagement.
Girl, I need one of those.
Sorry, I just skipped Ms. Deborah Willisey, but I think she knows I skipped there. I just went right to her.
I was waiting for Deb to introduce me, but. Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Bella and Ms. Curry. My name is Tracy Garza. I have the privilege to serve as the Assistant Director of Student and Family Engagement, and tonight I have the opportunity to share a bit about our program and how we support schools, students, and families. So our team supports schools with coordinated, sorry about that. We support schools with coordinated essential assistance to strengthen communication and involvement while building meaningful partnerships with families to support student learning and growth. And essentially what that means is that, sorry, I'm losing my notes. It's been a long day. What that means, our team works to provide supports to buildings to strengthen their family engagement efforts and supporting students in a variety of ways using a whole child approach. We are a small team, but we work with almost every single department in the school district and definitely every school building. One of our team members jokes that the only department that we haven't interacted with yet is grounds, but we have had a goose visiting us lately. Not sure if it's Carl or Carlita, but there's always room for us to partner with grounds as well. So I also want to highlight SAFE and how it fits into KSD's strategic plan. Goal 2, for sure, we expand our student, family, and community partnerships, and there's multiple ways that we do this. I want to highlight that we've added the building family liaison role at each building this year, a counselor at each of our elementary schools, and centralized elementary school social workers this year. I also want to share that our team supports Goal 1 in preparing students to be global citizens in terms of our comprehensive school counseling program, supports for re-engagement, and supports for our students and families who are refugees, among others. Really, I would like to point out that our team also fits into goals 3 and 4. Our entire team is staff of color, and many of us have shared the lived experiences of our students and families. So that really makes us aware of how important it is to expand those community partnerships and build equitable systems for us. So this graphic here, you should all be familiar with as our multi-tiered systems of supports, our whole child approach. The work and day-to-day tasks of the SAFE team really might fall under the right portion of the umbrella. However, our work covers the whole student, to continue the metaphor of the umbrella. Listed here are some of those day-to-day operational tasks and responsibilities. The comprehensive school counseling program is supported by our SAFE manager. This year, to be in alignment with the CSCP, we added the school counselor at each of our elementary schools. And at the middle school and high schools, our counselors are focused on preparing students for their post-secondary plans, among providing other quick social emotional support. In the event of a loss of a student or staff member, the crisis team, which is comprised of school counselors, social workers, school psychologists, and behavior interventionists, support the social emotional needs of the students who have been impacted by the loss. WAGAP, we ensure our high school students have the opportunity to participate in the Washington Guaranteed Admissions Program, which helps take away barriers to acceptance at 6 state schools. And the automatic admissions program is run through Pacific Lutheran University and also breaks down those barriers of acceptance. We have our re-engagement and attendance teams. We support them through the King County Court truancy process. We make sure schools are completing their data-informed steps to re-engage students. I think Park Orchard is a great example of that. And we also support our students and families who are experiencing homelessness through providing McKinney-Vento services. We also support foster students who are experiencing foster care, refugee services, human trafficking education, our Native education program, and of course, our centralized social workers and building family liaisons. I could probably go all night, but I know there's a long agenda after me, so this is just a little bit of what we do. I do want to share a bit more and go a little bit more in detail about the counselors, social workers, and building family liaisons. These roles are not necessarily new, but how KSD is utilizing them this year might be a little bit new this year. So while each of these roles are at the buildings and they're working together, they all have distinct responsibilities in their roles. Here you can see our counselors are focused on prevention, short-term interventions, and academic and social emotional growth within the school setting. They're part of the larger team that is setting up students for success to get what they need academically and socially. They may be providing Tier 1 or Tier 2 supports for a student. Next, we have social workers. This year, we have 8 centralized social workers who support our elementary schools. They're providing the deeper intervention and case management support. They support students and families through navigating different systems within the community. They provide more Tier 2 or Tier 3 level supports. However, they're all very skilled, and they are also able to provide Tier 1 supports building-wide, including professional development for staff or classroom lessons. And then we have our new role, building family liaisons. They're really about cultivating the family-school partnerships to build relationships and provide avenues for proactive two-way communication. They might be the first ones family encounters when entering a building. Many of our building family liaisons speak more than one language, so they are able to connect with parents in their home or preferred language. They also have access to all of our language access tools and navigate them on a daily basis. So how do all of these come together? I have a little example for you. So a building family liaison might learn of a family experiencing homelessness after reaching out to ask about student attendance and how the school can help support getting that student back to school. Once they learn of the family situation, they might refer that student to the school counselor who can complete the McKinney-Vento intake paperwork and refer the student to a mental health provider if needed. The school counselor would also be in communication with teachers to ensure the student will still have access to all the academics that are needed in the classroom. Really, they would be providing those short-term interventions, academic and socially. And then the counselor would loop in the social worker to help the family and student get more targeted support in terms of referrals to housing resources. So all the while, the family liaison would still continue to be that school-level person that the family can count on to communicate with, but really all 3 of them working together would be providing those whole child, whole system approaches to supports. So I think the next thing I wanted to share with you is a short video highlighting our building family liaisons. And in their speaking, you'll see that there's lots that they do on a daily basis.
Hello, my name is Anna Popescu, and I'm the family liaison at Canyon Ridge Middle School.
This is Zahra Javed. I serve as a building family liaison at Park Orchard and George D. Daniel Elementary School.
My name is Morag Stratton, and I'm the family liaison at Covington Elementary.
My name is Kathleen Medina, and I'm the building family liaison here at Neely O'Brien Elementary.
A key area of impact in my work has been increasing engagement among families who have historically felt disconnected.
This past month, we hosted a resource fair where we were able to put our families face to face with the resources that they've been needing and wanting all year long. And to me, that was a huge success.
No 2 days looks the same. Some days I'm in the MTSS meetings, other organizing schools or family events.
Collaborate very closely with our principal, Miss Osgood. We have routine check-ins where we share thoughts and ideas.
I work closely with administrators, teachers, counselors, office staff, our custodian teams.
Working with our office staff and our teachers, our school counselor and social worker, as well as our MLE team.
I collaborate closely with the leadership team, staff member, teachers, school counselor, and social worker, and PTSA member, plus the community partners to align all the efforts to remove barriers to the engagement of families at school.
I was invited to WABS, Washington Alliance for Better Schools. It's a non-prof org, and it gave us insight into the feedback for resolution.
Being able to support them when they really need it is something I value deeply.
The most exciting thing is being able to be that bridge that connects staff with families.
One of the things that I love about my role in our school is the opportunity that I have every single day to connect with families. I'm able to host events this year, such as Morning with Moms and Donuts with Dads, and coffee meetings with our MLE families, where we've been able to gather helpful information from them on what they need and want from our school.
Getting to know our families and learning their stories.
This work is very essential to elevating family voice, advancing equitable outcome, and strengthening partnership that support the success of every student. I do believe when families and school work together, the children will thrive.
Spend a day in our school, so you are invited.
So I think that's an open invitation to Canyon Ridge from Anna, our family liaison right there. Finally, the last thing I wanted to share about was our parent and family engagement partnership with Washington Alliance for Better Schools. This winter, in partnership with WABS, we hosted a new Leaders Academy for our KSD families. We identified 10 schools to participate based on Panorama Sense of Belonging data. We had 13 families who signed up to participate. Really, the family liaisons played a critical role in helping to connect with those families. The academy consisted of 4 evening meetings, 2 in person with food and childcare provided by WABS, and 2 online sessions. The focus of the academy was for families to engage in creating a leadership project they could take back to their schools, something that they would like to see happen or to work towards. At the end of the sessions, we celebrated our families with a small celebration and a certificate. Working with WABS, we'll do follow-up with families about how their projects are doing at schools or whatever support is needed. Again, the family liaisons are really important in being that person they can connect with. And we're also planning for next year and hope to do a new Leaders Academy earlier in the fall. We'll have the capacity to invite more parents. Then my hope is that as parents learn about this last session, more will want to sign up. And here's some more pictures of giving our families their certificates. We have two of our family liaisons there and one of our social workers. And the photo in the left corner is just a picture of the leadership plan. This one I picked because I thought it was really cool. This parent is from Nepal, and he wanted to use his skills as a yoga instructor to bring mindfulness practices to students at their school to help them with their academics. So I'm not sure how it's going, but I'm really excited to see how that was implemented. And I might join.
Amen.
So with that, thank you for letting me tell you a little bit about our programming, and I'll take any questions you might have. Director Williams?
Of course I have questions.
Yes. I do have a cheat sheet, so.
You got them in advance, right?
Yeah, I got a cheat sheet of them. Yeah.
Okay, so you know where I'm going.
Yeah.
So what early warning signs are you using to identify students who might need additional support?
Yeah, so we work closely with schools as they, through their MTSS structure, identify students who might need additional support. We also look at SBIRT screener data. The SBIRT screener is given to all 7th graders in the district and the 10th graders at Kentwood High School. Schools they may also look at their attendance data and look at other school, looking at the school refusal assessment screener. There's also Panorama that schools might be looking at.
Awesome, thank you.
So I'm going to ask some basic questions. I already have the answer, but I'm doing it for the community, so
Yes.
just
Yeah.
be advised. How many building liaisons family liaisons do we have? Where are they located? Is it like certain schools? And then if I am a parent, and I think my kid needs support, can I go to this person, or should I go through staff? Like, how can I utilize this person?
Yes. So we do have a family liaison at every one of our school buildings, including our academies, including the virtual academy. I know that sometimes it might be a question. And so, I will say there are a handful who split their time between two buildings. So Zara was an example. She's at Park Orchard and Daniel Elementary. And then the other part of your question, how
do they engage? If I'm a parent and I'm struggling, maybe I'm going to be homeless. I think that's going to happen. I've lost my job or something like that. Can I reach out to this person to pre-plan something? Can they help me with services ahead of that, right?
Yes.
Instead of being in crisis, is it something I can leverage?
Yes, they certainly can. That was one of the things that we found from our WOBS New Leaders Academy, that the parents who were participating were really excited to be partnered with our family liaisons that were also there, because they didn't know. Our family liaisons are still fairly new, and it's still within the first year, so we're still building the program, and there's lots of potential that I'd love to share off the record sometime, maybe.
Great.
Thank you. Could you talk a little bit about, because we hear from our school administrators and teachers that students today, there's just a lot more needs in our schools, over the last several decades, and what that looks like. And with the family liaison program specifically, talk a little bit about the difference at the high school level, middle school level, and elementary, kind of what the focus of that might be, if there is any differentiation, or is it pretty similar in all three?
I think there would be some differentiation among the levels. I was an assistant principal at Kentwood for a little while, and there, using that knowledge, I would use a family liaison a little bit different than I would at, say, one of the elementary schools. What I'm learning from our elementary family liaisons, they support quite a bit with the multicultural nights, or connecting families with different resources, or just being that front person that they connect with. So I think there's a framework of parent and family engagement that we're kind of building as we're going, but I also think that there is room for that differentiation. And I'm sorry, I can't tell you much about middle schools, but
love our middle schools. Yes, thank you.
So we heard from Park Orchard that one of their big things is absenteeism, right? So what strategies have been most effective in re-engaging students who are frequently absent, and how are families being supported as part of that work? I jumped down on you, sorry.
Yeah. No, that's okay. So one of the ways that we support is through the BECA truancy process. Part of that includes a community engagement board meeting with our re-engagement specialist. She meets one-on-one with families once a family a school has submitted a petition for a student, and so she works with them very closely, and we also have a truancy specialist that is in constant communication with schools to help support whatever they might need, whether it's more communication or whatnot. Another thing that is going to be coming up here soon is we'll be working with Reconnect to Opportunity to engage our high schoolers who are 16 and over, and who are trending to be at risk of dropping out, or who have dropped out. So I'm very excited to start that partnership. I think we've had that partnership in the past. And then we also just, try to use trauma-informed approaches in our communications with parents and students, starting with what happened instead of what's wrong. And then, like I mentioned earlier, a lot of us have had this similar lived experiences as some of our students and families. So we use that when we are engaging with them.
Thank you.
No questions?
I did have a question, and I just really got into your last answer. Sorry, I will come back to it.
Okay.
Yep.
Are there student groups or schools that need additional focus or support? Like, where are you guys honing in?
Yeah, I think we can share some more of that information with you in the future, but this wouldn't be the time to share that publicly without any context.
Of course.
But we do use our WSIF, Washington School Improvement Framework, as an indicator, and then the schools complete a comprehensive needs assessment as part of their school improvement plans.
Great. Did you remember your question?
No, I'm listening to Carla.
All right, I got two more.
Okay.
All right.
Can I, very
please.
quickly, add to that piece, because I want to make sure we really understand the purpose of our student family engagement. As you heard today, the whole child is a critical piece to how we work. We think about the whole family and the whole families. So when you think about that framework, and you think about schools, and I know this because having been to Park Orchard, they have a team of schools, a team of staff that's made up of staff, counselors, social workers, among other things, as community-based partners. But you look at, and they work closely with those intervention teams that you heard earlier. You can't separate the needs that they have in their families from what they have in school, because many of those needs are the same. And so one of the goals in the future, and I've talked to Tracy about this, is about how do we continue to build an academy for our parents that help them navigate what they are to, either they or their students are to expect, whether they be in kinder, middle, or high. And so I wanted just to point that out, and I'm excited about the work that started and the work that's actually continuing, and look forward to sharing more of that with you. So just want to throw that in
Well, and
there.
I'm so glad you did, because really what that highlights is schools are so often the first and for sometimes the only touch point for families interacting with a public entity or a government community. And so to be able to provide resources or direct families to resources is a critical function of what schools should be doing. So I'm really excited about this program. I think it's just so cool. With that said, thinking ahead to next year, what are the top priorities? What's the sneak peek?
Well, since I got these ahead of time, I have my bullet points ready for you. I also had a proofreader. So one thing just to share is that we have one of our team members whose position actually has 4 focus areas. So McKinney-Vento, foster care, refugee services, and human trafficking. So for a district our size, McKinney-Vento support is a high need, and our numbers show that students who are experiencing homelessness are really probably under-identified. So we're a small team, but we are doing lots and lots of really good work. The other thing that I am thinking about is our parent and family engagement program, especially with our building family liaisons. I believe it can be very powerful, but I think we need some increased support from building leaders, and I'm really excited to move that work forward. And then I think finally, looking forward to the future, I should say. Similar to our elementary school centralized social worker model, we're starting to review what supports would look like using a similar model at the secondary level.
Well, again, I just want to say thank you so much. I think the services that we're talking about here are just so important. I also really appreciate how attentive our audience has been, because I know I see a lot of educators in the audience, and I know as an educator, knowing about the resources that are available to the families and my students is just so important, especially as we're kind of getting more into the weeds. So thank you so much for your time tonight, and you did a fantastic job answering all my questions.
I did remember my question, finally.
Too late.
Too late, sorry,
Too
done.
late.
Done. In visiting KLA, you mentioned how we have these services in all of our schools, including our academy. In KLA, one of the programs that I was really interested in seeing is for the students that were behind in credits to get to graduation. And what I noticed in that was it wasn't just about getting the academics. It was really the wraparound of there was something that got you here. How do we move that along, or whatever that looks like, to be able to correct and then be able to get you your credits to get you to graduation. And by the way, it's a very successful program. Is your group involved with that, or is it separate? And how does that interplay?
I would say not necessarily the credit recovery piece, but I think everybody's job is to get our students to graduation.
Yep.
And I think we do have a family liaison at KLA, and I know that she works really hard there. She's actually I think she's newer to the position, just in the last couple months. She didn't start the school year with us. But yes, I think whether it's a family liaison or a social worker or a counselor or anybody of the SAFE team, we're all working together to get to that goal of graduation.
Yeah.
So I hope that answered your question.
It does, and I just think it reinforces the one KSD that really there's not just one classroom teacher, and it really is a team of people that makes our students successful and our staff successful. So thank you very much and for being part of that.
Thank you. You're welcome.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It is 8:22, and we are going to take a 8-minute break until 8:30, and I will see you all back here at 8:30. to start as we get a quorum up here on the dais. There we go. We have a quorum. Thank you very much for giving us all a moment to be able to stretch our legs. Our next section is going into the superintendent report. We will not have a legislative update today, so I am just reminding anybody who has public comment submissions to submit those now, as they are due by the end of the superintendent report. We move on to section 6.01, and I call upon Superintendent Bella to give the superintendent report.
Thank you, President Margell. Tonight, I want to begin my report by expressing my sincere appreciation for Mr. Andy Song for his service and dedication to ensuring that all of our students here in the Kent School District are successfully prepared for their futures. Mr. Song was selected in November of 2023 to represent District 1, and his commitment to student success and public education is greatly valued and appreciated. I want to just extend that first tonight and wish him well in his future endeavors. Next, I wanted to talk a little bit about our CTE program. Kent Meridian High School Sports Medicine and students earned top honors at the American Academic Competition League California Regional Competition. They demonstrated the exceptional knowledge, skill, and teamwork competing against students from across the region. Participants showcased their expertise through a series of rigorous events focused on sports medicine concepts and real-world applications. The achievement highlights the strength of the district CTE programs in preparing students with industry-relevant skills and meaningful opportunities for success beyond the classroom. Thank you to the student participants and to the staff for all of their support. I also want to extend how proud I am to recognize the outstanding accomplishments of our student athletes in dance. Kent Ridge High School's Chatelaines delivered exceptional performances, earning state championships in both the kick and pom categories. The Kent Lake High School's Flames also achieved top honors, capturing the state championship in the dance category. These achievements reflect the dedication of our students, the exemplary leadership of their coaches and staff, and the steadfast support of our families and school communities. Together, these programs exemplify school pride and the pursuit of excellence across the Kent School District. In staying with athletics, Chloe Williams has been named our WIAA GISA Credit Union Athlete of the Week, an honor recognizing student athletes across Washington State for outstanding athletic performance and positive contributions to their communities. Congratulations to Chloe. And then another celebration and shout out. Recently, our executive director, Carol Cleveland, was honored, and very surprised, by the way. She did not know anything about it. Honored with the Statewide Association of Educational School Districts Award of Distinction. She was selected in recognition of her exceptional leadership abilities and her dedication to advancing equity and excellence in education. This recognition reflects her lasting impact on communities, districts, and students. Congratulations to Carol, and thank you for your service to this district and, most importantly, to our students. And as always, I wanted to give a little bit more on some important events and some dates for you to mark on your calendars. And perfectly aligned with our SAFE, on Friday of this week will be our 10th annual tribal consultation meeting. And Mr. Richard Summers, who's in our SAFE department, he will conduct a lot of the supports and things that are going on around our region, specifically targeted to our Native families. And so I'm really proud of the work that he has done and our team has done over the years. And we get to kind of showcase that with districts around the region and our partners. May 1st, that's April 24th, May 1st, the BTA Founders Day Annual Awards Ceremony and Scholarship Fundraiser will be held at Green River College. I'd like to extend sincere appreciation to our Kent Area Council PTA and to all school PTAs for their many years of generous support. Their ongoing commitment has had a meaningful and lasting impact on students helping support educational opportunities and student success throughout our district. Additional information is available in the Kent Area Council PTA website. And then May 13th will be our next budget presentation. Thank you to our board and our team for today's work session, but May 13th will be our next one as we continue working on our budget for the next school year. I remain committed to fiscal responsibility, financial stability for our students' futures. Believe education is the foundation of our society and offers unlimited opportunities. I can personally attest to the opportunities that achieving an education and what it's provided for me. As a son of a migrant working family, we are monitoring our financial situation much more closely than we have in the past since our state budget has come out. We are taking those appropriate steps to remain fiscally stable in the future. May 19th will be our next Superintendent Community Connect. Tuesday, May 19th from 10 to 11:30 will be at the Kent Senior Center in downtown Kent. And as you know, one of my goals this year has been to connect more deeply with our diverse communities. Throughout the school year, these Community Connect listening sessions have allowed us to hear many perspectives that have informed, strengthened, and encouraged our work in support of public education. I look forward to this final opportunity to listen, learn, and engage with our community and families. May 21st is also the Kent Community Foundation. Kent Community Foundation will host its annual scholarship night. I would like to extend a sincere appreciation to the Community Foundation and its partners for their many years of generous scholarship support for our students. Their commitment has provided countless students with opportunities to pursue their educational goals and achieve success beyond the classroom. I encourage both our board members and community members to attend and support this meaningful event. There'll be additional information available on the Kent Community Foundation's website. And then finally, I'd like to end off with a finish strong push, knowing that graduation is just around the corner. And in this final stretch of the school year, and I want to make sure that folks are prepared. As you know, things kind of speed up a little bit toward the end of the school year. But let's keep our focus on our students, as we heard today from our principal of Park Orchard, because students are counting on us to work together, building bridges for each student, every voice, every student, every day. Our shared efforts helped ensure that our students are ready for graduation and success in their lives ahead. And thank you for your continued dedication and partnership as we finish the school year strong. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Vella. Again, a reminder that we are now having last call for any submissions for public comment. Seeing as there is none being ran over there. Our legislative update was 7.01. That is, we're not going to have that tonight, but we are not in session, so it's would be probably short anyway. As we move then to our discussion and approval, section 8, we will start with 8.01. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move to approve 8.01 board member resignation.
Second.
There's been a motion made and second for approval of item 8.01, board member resignation. We are now open for discussion.
I'm just sad to lose him.
Yeah. We are thankful for Andy Song in the time that he was on the board. He did tender his resignation, and in accordance with board policy, we'll accept that on our next regular board meeting, which is tonight. I'd like to put out a little bit of the timeline that we'll be looking at for filling that position. Tonight, based off of board approval, the acceptance is made. And then we will open up the application for District 1. Again, to have representation throughout our district, we have it divided into 5 areas, so we have a board member from each of those different areas of the district. However, board members are elected when they do go through the election process by our entire Kent School District community. So it's the districts for representation, but they do represent the entire district. And are elected by the entire district. So this appointed position, though, will serve until they run for the next time when that position, for the next round of elections. So we will open that on Friday, April 24th, and then applications close on Friday, May 15th. So that does give 21 days for people to be able to get their applications in there. So. Any further discussion on this? A motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 8.01, board member resignation. All those in favor, please raise your right hand, say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 3-0. We now move on to 8.02. Is there a motion on the floor?
Move to approve item 8.02, gifts or donations, $10,000 plus.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 8.02, gifts or donations, $10,000 plus. We are now open for discussion.
I just want to thank Schools Out Washington, or SOWA, for their donation of $12,500 to KSD Athletics for support of the KSD Unified Champions Schools program. The Unified Champions program has just been a fantastic thing to watch flourish, and I'm really excited about watching that continue to grow.
Thank you. A motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 8.02, gifts or donations, $10,000 plus. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 3-0. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move to approve 8.03, board participation in district advisory committees, dual language advisory committee.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 8.03, board participation in district advisory committees, dual language advisory committee. We are now open for discussion.
I would like to request to be the member on the dual language advisory committee. Well, a lot of people say, well, you don't speak a second language. I do not, but my husband does. And I don't think a lot of people know that I work in the Arab community. My husband speaks fluent Arabic. And we do outreach with the Arabic Council. So I would like to put my hat in the ring to be on the board.
And I believe that we can have 2 directors. I also believe that District 5,
which is me,
yep, is an area that's highly representative of our dual language program. And so thank you very much for your hat in the ring. Is there any interest in
I would
also?
be happy to go to those meetings as well as available.
Wonderful. Just to explain a little bit what this is there are certain advisory committees that are board-sponsored, and those ones that are, there are requirements usually around having board being kind of that silent partner to sit and let that committee do the good work that they're doing, and then be able to serve in an at-large as the observer and the listener.
So it's like a reverse board meeting.
Yes.
Right, exactly.
So like
Yes.
we have an audience here as silent observers of our meeting.
Yes.
We would get to be silent observers of this committee meeting.
Yes.
Love it.
Exactly, because it is a meeting of that committee in which that you are an observer.
Right.
Perfect, great
Yeah,
analogy. I like
if I may, this is really aligned with the grant that we received for dual language. And just to give you a little bit more perspective, I was a chair at the state level for the Bilingual Education Advisory Committee, which still exists today. And it's a committee that has been providing advisement to the state superintendent on how important it is to begin and sustain dual language programs across the state.
Yes.
If you look at our state bilingual program, which is a lot of the resources you receive from the state, Title III is federal money that receives for that. That is part of what the guidelines say, is that part of supporting our students and families across the state is to begin dual language programs. Part of the problem has been the funding, as you might imagine. However, the state does give kind of startup grants for districts that either are trying to start them or sustain them or grow them. That's what this is a part of. And so just wanted to clarify that in terms of what the board is doing.
I highly appreciate that.
Great.
Just to clarify, this at-large capacity would be beginning in the 2025 school year, so immediately, and would run through the 26-27.
Okay, so the rest of this school year.
And all
then
of next year.
Yes.
Okay, we can get those meeting dates out shortly?
Yes.
Beautiful.
I do believe that I heard that they are online in the evenings.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fantastic.
In person? Oh, they are in person. Great. I'm sorry. I'm sure I was told correctly and I wrote it down wrong.
It's all good in the hood.
Great. Okay. May I ask, so we have two people with their names. What is the appropriate procedure for, are they nominated? Do we just accept it?
You can make a motion to accept it with both of them listed.
Okay, well, I'm going to make a motion to accept our board participation in the District Advisory Committee for Dual Language Advisory Committee to be Director Williams and Director Gregory.
Second.
Fantastic. Okay, so we will vote on that motion, and then we'll go back to vote on the approval of that item.
Yes.
Okay, so that is open for discussion. A motion's been made and seconded for accepting Director Williams and Director Gregory as our Dual Language Advisory Committee representatives from the board. All those in favor, please raise your right hand, say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes 3-0. There's an open motion on the floor for approval of item 8.03, board participation in district advisory committees, dual language advisory committee. All those in favor, please raise your right hand, say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 3-0. We now move to our consent agenda. We will pull item 8.19 as that there is a comment on that one.
9.09?
9.09?
Yep, thank you very much. 9.19.
9.1?
I think it's 919. Thank you.
9.19.
Yes. Is there any other items that anybody else wants pulled?
No.
Okay. Is there a motion on the floor?
Move to approve consent agenda items 9.01 through 9.18.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of items 9.01 through 9.18. We are now open for discussion. Seeing as there is none, there's a motion made and seconded for approval of items 9.01 through 9.18. All those in favor, please raise your right hand, say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 3-0. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move to approve 9.19, personnel report.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 9.19, the personnel report. We are now open for discussion.
Are we going to view the?
We have a in-person comment on this one. Ben Huff?
Oh, wait, I'm here. Hi. Could I have the report up, please? Or I don't need the timer.
Yeah.
I'm Ben Huff. I'm Vice President of the Kent Association of Paraeducators and a proud library paraeducator. Our community has been talking about this on and off, and I just wanted to have space to express story and share some of the insights that I've had with this job. Hope is a very fragile resource that I found. in this line of work. It's more valuable than the money that we pour into this. And obviously, when we say time is worth more than money, you know, we pour the hope into the time. I'm struggling to proceed forward with the hope to give to the students when we cannot maintain this position that has been around much longer than I have served in it. I mean, there are much more qualified people to serve as a library para. I'm trying my best. I know we all are. But I just can't accept that this position has to be let go. And there's a lot of I wish that could have gone differently. But I'm happier knowing that my community stands around us, even if I don't have to trumpet on about how valuable the work is. We all know how valuable the work is. I just want to know when time is limited, we try to choose our words carefully. And I want the superintendent to know that in spite of everything that has gone on, in spite of all the hardships, I still love and support this community. And I will still serve it, even if I am outside of the current position that is being debated, even now. But I just want all of my community to know that hope doesn't just die because things change. It's because we stick together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Any other comments from the board? No. Seeing as there's no further comments, a motion's been made and seconded for the approval of item 9.19, personnel report. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 3-0. Our next section is our informational, and this is a fairly dense section. There's a lot of things in here. I do want to point out, due to the change in procedure for our gifts and donations, we do have that listed in here. I please encourage you all to read it. There are 17 donations, and as we're looking at budget shortfalls, the support of our community and our different partners is so important to us, and so please look at those names that support so many important programs that we have for our students. There's also our financial report down there on 10.06. All of these items have been posted, and I encourage everybody to go through them. Our next section is our final communication from the audience. We have received a few more comments as the evening went on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8. If everybody has stayed with us, I will list off the name and then the next person up, if possible. Caroline Kelly. Thanks, Caroline.
Good evening. I'm Caroline Kelly. I am the librarian at Carriage Crest Elementary. And I'm here again, like many of my colleagues, to talk about cutting staff members, including library paras, and health techs that I did not know was possibly getting cut time. And I think, and I realize that those cuts, no one is doing it because they're cutting the people who are currently in those positions. They're cutting the positions, not the people, for financial reasons. And I fully understand that is financial stuff happens all the time, and we need to accommodate for that. But as my dad would say, in this situation, you're ending up robbing Peter to pay Paul. And let me explain what I mean by that. The library still has to run. The health room still has to run. You are now just paying someone more who is more qualified to do those same jobs. that you were paying less. So for example, at my library, our library para has about 20 hours a week. That's typical of an elementary school librarian or library para, which equates to about 720 hours per year. So assuming that I have to take on those 720 hours, what is the cost difference there? Well, she makes, at the lower end of our paraeducator scale, they make anywhere from 28 to 35 and change an hour. And the lowest cost of a KEA member, which would be any teacher librarian, is $49 an hour. That's an increase of $13.82 per hour for this same exact work. But that belies the situation, because if you look at librarians, we have to have an extra endorsement to be a librarian, which means we have more credits and we're more likely than not more highly paid. So if you compare my actual numbers, I make $85.52 an hour. Having me do the work she does would cost an extra $56.84 per hour. That she makes 28.68 cents an hour. For that 720 hours of work, it would cost the district an extra $40,924 a year for my school only. If we extrapolate that to the 29 elementary schools, that's a total of $1.186 million.
Thank you very much.
That you are extra, beyond.
Our next speaker is Angie Ingstrom, and I'm so sorry, I said I was going to do this and I didn't. Maina Gachagu? Is Gashogo, my apologies. You're on deck.
All right. Dear school board and Superintendent Villa, my name is Angie Ingstrom. I'm one of the school nurses here in Kent. This is my 16th year. I've got a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and I'm nationally board certified, so I've been doing this a while. Over the years, I've watched the number of students with significant and often life-threatening health conditions steadily increase, demanding consistent care in the health room. I am here to express my deep concern about the proposed reduction of health tech hours from 6 to 4.5. School nurses are often manage more than one building, and we depend on our health techs to be our eyes, ears, and hands to care for our students. My health techs know our students in and out, and they have alerted me to students who are not eating, not taking care of their chronic health conditions, and those who need urgent nursing care. Health techs are a foundational part of the health room team. This is their primary focus, to care for the daily health needs of the students, from Band-Aids to daily medications to life-threatening conditions. If health tech hours are shortened, and the needs of the health room will not be, the needs of the health room will not be decreased. With decreased health tech hours, the health needs of our students will fall to office staff who already have full plates of responsibilities. If health tech hours are decreased, things will be missed, not might, but will. Daily medications that happen throughout the day could be missed. Diabetic students could risk not having prompt, attentive, and accurate care. Critical first signs of severe health issues like a concussion or an anaphylactic reaction could go undetected, delaying care. Health techs have training and expertise that are decisive to the health room running smoothly. The health tech hours should not be reduced for the sake of the students, the sake of our students' health, safety, and learning, because our health techs help get our students back into learning quickly so they're not missing education. They know our students who are sick. They know our students who just need a hug because they're having a rough time at home. They give these things, and I'm busy doing my nursing tasks. I can't always be in the health room. I'm between two schools. I'm not always there. So this is where my health techs are my lifeblood. And so I advocate that their hours not be cut.
Thank you very much. Aina? Aina? My apologies for mispronouncing that.
That's all right.
My name is Mina Gashogo. Thank you. I'm a librarian at Daniel Elementary, technology integration specialist. Don't forget that. Thank you, board. Thank you, superintendent, for the time. I just am here again to reiterate what my colleagues have said about the library proposal cuts to our program. And one of the things that I really took away from some of the meetings that I heard that I really want to establish that we will drastically lose as a district and as a community is the people that really work on our sense of belonging. I had several things written down that I decided to scrap just because I heard some of the things that were touted and shared and rightfully proud of. Things like attendance, making school a fun and enjoyable place, making it a place for people to come in. I'm scared that the realities of what are happening in our buildings are missing your eyes. I'm scared that a lot of things are being shown with a shiny polish, but there are a lot of kids that do not feel like they belong in our schools. And our system is failing them, and we don't have systems or places of support to assist in the classroom. And that's where the gaps are shown, and libraries are places that pick up those gaps for our community. A lot of focus goes into academics, and we wonder why kids are really, really struggling to engage with academics. And you all sat here and all shared about how important the sense of belonging, how fun matters. And libraries are the easiest and most individualized way we can do that for our students. And so when we look at this $1.8 million savings of removing this position, I want you to think of the average years of investment that these people have put in. Most of these library paras are not new. Most of these library paras will not take other jobs at different positions because they do this job because they love it. My library para is not here today because he is working another job so he can pay his bills. And so he loves this job, and a lot of people love him. But to be clear, we cannot say things like we want to help everyone, we want to make this place more equitable, and strip away the very resources that we provide when a student doesn't feel like they have community, when a student doesn't feel like they have a place to turn. I have a bad story in my life, and I don't know where it ends. I turn to books for answers. And as we look for answers about what to do with cell phones in schools and technology, we're going to look back on how did we invest in books as the nation goes back to physical media. I really hope you reconsider this decision.
Thank you very much. Carissa Feldpausen? And then Tamara, Ms. T.
Right. As some of you will notice, my notes are written on like second, third grade handwriting paper because I wrote this with my students today because we don't know what else to do. We don't know what else to say to you. We don't know how else to beg and to plead. My colleagues and I have been here for the last how many board meetings begging you. So I had to turn to arguably my strongest artillery, which is my students. So I have my own thoughts and feelings about all of the unnecessary staff cuts that y'all have created because of this pretend financial crisis that is not actually happening. But I'm gonna decenter myself, or attempt to at least, because my students' voices need to be heard right now, because it's all about them, right? Okay. When I mentioned some of the cuts that were gonna be happening in our district, my students' revolt was like just palpable. They were crying, they were like upset, they were standing up, arms in the air, they couldn't believe what was happening. And I told them, in fact, some of the positions they're gonna be cut would be maybe like our office staff, our health staff, our library paras. Our library's para's name, so this is my letter from my students, I wrote this with them today. Dear school board.
Just make sure not to have any names.
Thanks.
Okay.
Our library para's name is, he is someone who understands us, said by one of my students. He is always calm, another student added. His birthday was not that long ago. How can the school board do this to him? Said another. He makes people laugh and smile. He's really one of the best teachers at our entire school. 2 students agreed and high-fived. This student loves kids. In the background, another student screamed, "And his job!" He is so nice to me, even when my classmates are not. He learns other languages for us to understand, said another one of my students. There are many other choices of people who should be leaving our school, who scream at us, who don't understand us, and who are rude. Agreed by most of my students, unfortunately. Our library para does everything, all of the choices he makes, is all the things he does is to make us happy. He is kind to all students in our school. Again, another little peanut gallery. Not just the ones he likes, everybody. He talks calm to me and all other teachers and students, no matter what the situation. He cares about Black history, and he's not Black. He never yells at us. He is so important to our school. All of the students that mentioned these things have names and lives. I know I can't mention them here, but they're not just numbers, y'all. They're our future, like yours too. So please use your critical thinking skills, be creative, and figure out how to solve this problem that y'all have created. And we continue to invite you into our schools. Talk to our students, talk to us. Please learn our community better.
Thank you. Ms. T, and then Gavin. Mr. Downing, you're up after that.
I wanted to defer my time to Jessica Justice. I purposely asked if you asked.
Okay.
Is that possible?
We do it in order, so I do it in order. I do have Jessica Justice right after Gavin Downing.
Board, Superintendent, thank you. My name is Gavin Downing. I'm the librarian at Kent Ridge High School. These proposed KSD cuts hurt kids. We are not currently in a financial crisis. WEA's accounting of our district finances make it clear we might be heading for one in a few years, but we are in a good place to weather those problems if we make thoughtful, intelligent budgetary choices. People who are not connected with classrooms and students choosing to make wild, drastic, student-facing budget cuts is the opposite of thoughtful, intelligent choices. The library aides work for such a tiny cost and do so much work for literally every one of our students. They help build a culture of literacy and learning for all our students, and the impact is measurable and clear when they're removed. And yet, the decision is being made, they're disposable. And then there's the plan to cut so many teachers that every classroom is full to bursting. This harms our students. Or cutting needed health techs. This harms our students. Or the annual repeated cycle of reducing staffing below what is needed, only to inevitably compensate when we get actual numbers in the fall, after some of the best teachers have already been hired by other districts. This harms our students. And these cuts may hold hidden costs. For example, the library aides were the result of a grievance from several years ago, as librarians were not getting their needed lunches or planning time. The aides were the resolution to this grievance. In addition, if the aides are removed, either critical daily work will not be done, or the librarian's working conditions may be redefined, requiring an immediate need to bargain, and potentially causing the earlier grievance to be reopened, as I see no plans to find relief for librarians during lunch or planning in a way that allows the library to remain open for student use. The narrative is that we are headed for a tragic financial collapse, but the district continues to predict large deficits that do not materialize. These draconian, harsh cuts are not based on actuals, but what, vibes? Should we be inflicting all this harm on our students based on vibes? Thoughtful financial action is needed, avoiding student-facing cuts as much as possible, rather than the other way around. If we are truly in such dire financial needs, what authentic, concrete changes are being made at the upper administrative level, rather than making cuts that directly harm our students? Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Jessica Justice. And then Katie Busser.
Buster, and I'm deferring my time to Jessica.
So before I start, I was told to set these somewhere.
Oh,
Sorry.
got it.
Sorry, sorry. And this one too, yeah, thank you. Okay. Hello there, my name is Jessica Justice. I am a second grade teacher at Ridgewood Elementary School, and I'm here not only as an elementary school teacher, I'm actually here on behalf of my library program, the staff that work in my building, as well as, let me look at my book, the 29 other schools that asked me to share their statements with you today. So we reached out to every librarian as well as every library aide, and last night, 24-hour notice, and they have published statements for you. They have written in detail what this potential program cut would do for their buildings, and they have been compiled into packets, and we will be delivering them to you. But in light of sharing that with you in a moment, I'm going to share a statement just from my own building and my own building's perspective. We have phenomenal educators in our library, and at Ridgewood, here's kind of what it looks like day to day. Our library aide, our library para, shelves all returned books. In 2024 to 2025, that was 16,019 books. That's approximately 475 books a week being checked out and returned, which is about 5 hours of labor. By doing that work, that allows our librarian to provide instructional guidance and confer with students. It also maintains an open library for student access outside of their once-a-week library time, which means roughly 50 to 60 students a day, about 5 to 7 of which are my students every day, asking, can I go change out my book? This is expanding equitable access to books, which is directly linked to increased literacy outcomes. It helps students locate specific books on the shelf. They offer book recommendations for students and staff. They place holds, but they also are responsible for managing resource stewardship. They process new books to ensure timely access. Like this year, for example, we've added 310 new books to our circulation. That's about 10 new books a week, which is actually a very detailed process. Barcoding, call number, school information stamps, protective covers, extending the lifespan, entry into circulation software, repairing damaged books, running reports for lost and overdue books so schools and districts don't lose money from materials being lost. Technology is a huge piece in our building too. With our aid and our support in that building, we have essential tech support when we're teaching, especially during testing time, which is happening right now, resetting of student passwords, troubleshooting device issues, managing loaner devices, supporting the AR reader program through prize distribution, providing supervision for students in library outside of class time, supporting students during periods of time like Ramadan, when teachers cannot help them, but they offer space for them and when they need for health restrictions. They foster invaluable multi-year relationships with our students. Our particular para touches every student figuratively in our building. They are one of the only people in our building that sees every single kid in our building. Because a library paraeducator manages these essential library operations, librarian can provide uninterrupted, high-quality instruction to every single class. They offer individualized reading support and guidance. They support school-wide programs like COGAT screeners, iReady, and SBA testing support, makeup sessions. They are also the literacy liaison for our building, and they offer professional development. They help manage resource distribution and materials. And I believe...
She had 2 people yield.
Okay, great. So all that to say, in our building, if the library paraeducator is eliminated, students will immediately lose daily access to books because they will have only that 50-minute block. It will slow down our book processing. It'll delay access to new materials. Student reading engagement and volume will decrease substantially. Technology support will be limited, increasing the instructional disruptions and impacting on educators. Librarian time will shift from planning high-quality lessons to clerical tasks. Research consistently shows that increasing access to books and time spent reading are directly correlated with improving literacy outcomes and reading achievement. Studies of school library programs have found that schools with well-staffed, supported libraries have higher reading test scores. It's not a debate. This is proven year after year. Our students' learning and growth will negatively be impacted if this happens. And I want to be clear because not everyone knows this. This is 29 school buildings, 29 elementaries for now. Elementary libraries are very different than middle school. I'm going off the script for a moment here. Elementary library is a structured literacy environment where you are exposing students to book and getting them to find out what they love about reading, whereas in middle school, you have incredible educators in middle school and high school, but it's a different environment. If we don't provide these resources in elementary, kids will not necessarily love reading or find those niches in their reading development by the time they get to middle school. This is 29 buildings. My building has about 500 students. Multiply that by 29. That is a lot of kids that we are impacting, and not just from the short term, that is through their entire career. What happens elementary sets them up for the next step in their educational career. All that to say, I brought props. So we're talking about funding. Paraeducators make about $30-ish thousand a year. We're not gonna balance the budget on paraeducator pay, so what I did is I went through some data, some financial reports, and I wanted to show you how we're spending our money. This box here, Curriculum Amplify, costs $2,900. I'll show you what's in this box. Pictures of a story I have to teach from a slide that's also on the slide. We're spending $2,900 a year per teacher in elementary school for this material. This material is a knowledge book. This costs our district about $400,000 a year. I have never once used this knowledge book because it's also in the materials that I'm printing or showing or having them do in their journals, and I'm teaching this with fidelity. I'm not ignoring curriculum. This is duplicative. It is a waste of money. Also, curriculum associates, we're going to talk about math. Amplify is wonderful, but we're spending extra money we're not needing to. iReady, math, which families hate, students hate, we are spending $645,000 on digital MyPath lessons. Did you know that Curriculum Associates is being sued right now? Here's why. Their core business model, this is the iReady Curriculum Associates, depends on harvesting massive amounts of student data, monetizing it by sharing children's personal information with dozens of third-party commercial purposes. They're building behavioral and psychological profiles on children and selling it to third markets with these digital lessons that I can't use in my class because kids hate them. We're spending $600,000, that's 20 paras a year. That's digital lessons, that's not the curriculum. I just want you to think creatively. We have other ways to balance the budget, and it's not going to be off the backs of library aides. Thank you.
Thanks, Jessica. I believe that is the end of all of our comments. I appreciate our community coming and speaking, and especially those who stayed till the end. I'm so sorry that it goes till so late, but I appreciate ending on the notes and the comments from our community for doing that. Our last section is board reports and discussion. We will start with Director Williams.
We have 3 minutes that got lost just there.
We were gonna, she could have kept going.
Yeah, I could have.
She just ended.
Can
Yeah.
I have your minutes?
Yes.
I'm willing to
defer if that's
They're my minutes. You can't have my minutes.
Unfortunately, once you've spoken, you can only speak once unless we have a public hearing.
Okay, sorry. I was gonna talk about,
I know, it's it's board policy. You can speak once unless there's a public hearing. I apologize.
Can I speak then?
You yield your time to Jessica.
No, it was Katie's.
And Katie yielded, I'm sorry. It's not that I didn't want you guys to speak, but I have to follow the same rules for everybody, just to keep it fair. And so once you've yielded your time to somebody, Jessica had the option to be able to keep speaking, and she chose not to take that time.
I needed 2 more weeks to do research anyway, so it's fine.
Okay, and please do. We want you to come speak. Come again.
You asked for it.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Oh, I know. Okay. I just wanted to make sure there's
I'm
no
just
more
kidding.
further questions. Okay.
I'm not kidding, but-
No, I wanted to make sure we're good. Okay, we are at 8.02. Director Williams, will you start us off?
Firstly, I want to say thank you to our labor partners, the KEA, CAP, and one of my favorite organizations, the Kent Educators of Color, for showing up tonight. I super appreciate you guys for being here. I also want to call out former director Hamada was in the audience earlier, and I appreciate their service as well as coming tonight. I want to start off by saying, oh, no, I have more thank yous. I want to thank folks for their donations. I want to thank the Martin Sartoon Elementary families, the Kent Ridge Girls Basketball Booster Team, the Kent Kiwanis and Schwarting, Kent Ridge Band Boosters, the Kent Ridge Wrestling Boosters, the Play On Sports, KSD elementary families, Special Olympics of Washington, the Kiwanis Club of Kent for the varsity football concessions, the Ridgewood elementary families, Robert Anderson, Theodore White, TVI Incorporated, Foundry 10 for board games for STEAM at Daniel Elementary, and the Covington PTA. I think it's really important that we say the names of the organizations and people that are donating to our district, because that is what keeps our district alive and it keeps our community connected. I also want to thank and express my sorrow over the departure of Director Song. I very much enjoyed working with Director Song, both from the dais as well as prior to being on the dais. I'd known Director Song through other avenues, and I'm going to miss his camaraderie. Okay. I want to talk a little bit about budget cuts, because a lot of times I've heard many times about why we are not cutting things from central office. And the truth is that there have been things that have been moved around in central office. And I can only speak from my personal experience here in the very short amount of time, but I've seen supplies that were there when I started go away. I've been informed that there is now a director that is covering 2 different roles. And the person that I would connect directly with has been moved to HR, so that now Ms. Curry, who is phenomenal, gets to cover multiple hats, and she has to put up with me, so that sucks. So I know that it's not enough. I know that central office is the furthest away from classrooms, and that that the community has said over and over again, why aren't we cutting from central office? And it's not enough. At the end of the day, there are a few things we have to consider. There are state requirements that require our librarians to be certified teachers who are teaching not only literacy lessons, but lessons in digital citizenship. We have requirements that our special education services are being provided for students who qualify. We have requirements that we are meeting our graduation requirements in every single high school. We have multiple CBAs that we will abide by as a fellow union member. That is very important to me, that we are meeting our CBAs, our collective bargaining agreements. And then we also have a budget. And that budget is, there are multiple, I've seen multiple versions of it out there, but it is a very real thing. My hope and goal is that we limit impact. And when I say we limit impact, what I mean by that is we don't go into binding conditions so that the state comes over and takes away our ability as a community to advocate for ourselves. And my hope is that we don't have to close schools, because that could very well be in our future if we do not course correct. We're not there yet. You're right. We're not there yet. But if we do not course correct, we are facing some very real challenges. I don't want to see people cut. I don't want to see positions cut. I want to protect our students as much as possible, but there are some very difficult decisions that have to be made. I apologize. I don't normally get very emotional, and this is something I feel very, very passionately about. As a teacher who works in a school that people forget about, who's not resourced, who my classroom, I literally taught in a closet for a year, right? Like, I get it. I get it. So having resources and having people is so important. Having a library is so important. My school doesn't have a library, not really. And so I get it. But I don't want my school to close. And I don't want your schools to close. And I don't want us to have to fire more people, get rid of people that we don't have to get rid of. Okay, I want to end on a positive note, and which is just say, as much as you can be positive, to say best of luck to our students, our teachers, and our proctors as we head into state testing season, and AP season, and IB season, and final season. It's all the testing. And we will get through this. Hope is not dead. We will get through this together, because we are one KSD, we are one community, and I've gone way over my time, and I apologize for my very long soliloquy. Thank you.
No time limit, but thank you.
There's no time limit.
I know, but
Go as long as-
I tried it.
Director Gregory.
I want to say thank you for coming out and for staying till the end of the meeting, because normally it's just us here at the end. So I appreciate everybody staying till the bitter end. And I also want to let you guys know that we listen and we do hear you and we do understand the importance of all the different roles. And I have been out to the schools. I was invited out to multiple schools. I have been out to, I'm trying to get to Camp Ridge. We're working on that schedule. But I have been to multiple schools. I have gone and seen the library. I have been at a school where the library was closed and kids cried. So I've been there. I stood there with the children and they're like, oh yeah, it's closed now because they don't have a para. They literally do not have a para just because they don't have the position. So I understand the frustration and I appreciate you coming and talking to us. I also want to point out that the budget is not final. It feels final because there's all this requirement of letters that have to go out and all of those things, but we haven't finalized the budget. That does not happen until June, right? The final budget is in June. Now, I heard our comment about hope. I don't want to be hoping and waiting until June 10th and be like, oh, look, we solved this problem. We're working on it, right? They are working on it. They've heard you, right? I want to let you guys know that. So there is course correct, right? We can course correct. So I encourage you to come and keep telling us, right? Because the more voices that are heard, the more attention it gets and the more we can have that comment. So I want to encourage everybody to keep coming. I do want to end on a positive note. I had the distinct honor and pleasure to do the student art contest. I got to go and I was with many distinguished teachers and administrators, and the mayor was there. It was nice. You know, she's very nice. But we came and we did the art contest. I want to tell you that's the most difficult job ever, and I don't know if I want to do it again, but I probably will do it again. The creativity, the work, the encouragement, the number of submissions, the sheer volume of everything that you're seeing and how kids show up, and their thoughts and their feelings, just incredible. So if you need another, I'm happy to be there. Whatever it is, I'll show up and do that. It was fun. So I appreciate you guys inviting us to do that. And if there's other events you want a board member to attend, please reach out to us and let us know.
Thank you very much, Director Gregory. Again, I'd just like to say thank you for people being here tonight. I appreciate, I asked this in my job that pays me, and then we ask this of our students is, being solution-minded. And what I really heard tonight, in particular, certain people, is here are some specific things, because nobody wants to cut. Like, hear that very, very clearly. There is not one position that we feel is extra, or there's not one position that we feel like is expendable. But we do have to have a balanced budget at the end. And so when people come with ideas of, here are some other options, those are appreciated and heard. And so very much I want to hear that, one, we know things will look different when a position's cut. There is no other way to say it than that. That person adds value and instruction and time with students. And so things do look different. And so when we look at the budget, that we do need to have a number at the end, showing different ways to get there is appreciated. And I appreciate the thoughtful work that goes into that. I also appreciate the committees that have asked us to be on the board, the dual language program, or the board to be participating in that. And I want to thank Director Williams and Director Gregory for being on that dual language committee. And we are looking at the different committees that we have within our district to make sure that those are appropriately being represented and used for the value that they do add to our district. That came out of our last board retreat, and then we also, as we move into future board retreats and those spaces, that we can be able to talk about that and what that looks like, that will continue to be a focus. I'm excited. My weekend, I get to go celebrate with our students from Kent School District that have made it to DECA Nationals in Atlanta. And so I'm super excited as somebody that hires in the business community and really believes in, where are we graduating our students to, the skills that we can give our students and the different varied options that they have throughout their education with KSD, being able to give those opportunities to really graduate to something. Many of our students, the many different programs of DECA help do that. So it's fun to see them compete in those ones. And congratulations to our students that made it all the way to nationals for that. The arts, so important. It's not just STEM, it's STEAM.
Yeah, STEAM.
Yes, right? And we have the Drowsy Chaperone is opening, along with many of our other high schools have their different plays opening. I know that I will also be hopefully seeing one from Auburn, as we have many different plays opening in the spring as this exciting time, busy time of the year happens. I've had the opportunity to go to many track meets and softball events this year, and I know nothing about either one of them, but am learning. I still don't know how many innings are in the softball. I don't know, but I don't know. But it's fun to watch, and what I do have to say, my favorite part of all of this, and I mentioned this, is the kind words that the coaches give every single softball player up there every single time without fail, and the cheering of their team, no matter what the outcome is, they have their team behind them. And I hope that all of our students feel that belonging is important wherever that space is that you find that. Thank you very much for the comments that we have. I truly, as terrible as I am at pronouncing names, I try. We really do need better pencils over there. It is hard to read. And thank you very much for coming out. Thank you to our labor partners that come out often. We hear you, we see you, and thank you for continuing to come and voicing your opinion. I cannot even mention how many days we are close to graduation because it is too close. But thank you for the call out for all of the testing that's happening, and our students are going to do fantastic through all the supports that they've had along the way. Students know that that you are our focus, and this is truly why we do this work every day until 9:30 at night. With that, I just want to say thank you, and we are adjourned at 9:33.